8 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show, and we welcome you in to another edition. We start a brand new week with you. I'm Speedy. I'm back and enjoying catching up with the guys. Pre-show, dialed in for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Eddie Van Adler, he's got things rolling as always. We thank him for being here. It's the Good Time Gang. To my right, already got his cup of coffee, drinking like it's, a cup of water. He is just down in the coffee. Mr. Greg Burgess. And ready, right there, focused, back from Gunnersville last night. It is one Michael Helms. The Good Time Gang is here. A lot on the table today. We got Will and Meat. We got weekend recaps. We have a lot to discuss, plus your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good? Everybody fired up? Ready to go?
Yeah. Glad to have you back.
I'm glad to be back so I can rest.
Greg and I can only take so much of each other.
Yeah.
And we pulled it off, and we had fun.
Yeah,
but I don't know that we could have done two more or another week. No, he was done with me.
Right.
He was, he had run out of things to make fun of.
I had no envelope.
Do y'all find me as like the referee betwing the two of you? Am I kind of like the referee a little bit?
Moderator.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, moderator's a good one.
Yeah. Moderator, all right. Thank y'all for allowing me to be where I needed to be with my parents, and a lot to discuss. Right out of the gate, I'd like to discuss. They live in an older house. It's actually a nice house. I mean, it really is, but it's older. And we've had this discussion, but I really want to have it with you guys. Were people smaller back then?
Yeah,
I mean, because the rooms are smaller, the ceiling's shorter.
Yeah.
The bathrooms are smaller. The tub is smaller.
Yeah,
the shower head is like I'm 5'4", and the toilet. It's like there's just a little bitty hole in it. It's like
you're right, or they just made do.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. We are fatter now, sure.
Yeah, I mean, are we just
taller.
bigger people now? Because
probably.
It's like I went back to a normal size house.
I don't think we did.
It's like you were in a little person house.
Yeah, it's like I was in a
I
little
don't think we
house.
felt the need to have more than we actually
that we consider
needed.
luxuries now.
Well, I do know that athletes are bigger, and I do know that kids seem to be bigger. So I guess, do we build houses that way? I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know, because like I said, it's, everything kind of comes back around. And so right now, the way my mom and dad's house is and it's decorated, it's like,
like you want to look at
that's back in style now, because it's so old, if that makes any sense. But their decorations are still up like they were when I was growing up. I mean, my room has still got the same stuff in it.
You got some drawings on the refrigerator you did.
Yeah. But the bathrooms, y'all. The bathrooms.
Yeah.
And I'm not a big guy.
The countertops real low, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a big guy at all. And when I went to the restroom, I was like, well, how does anybody.
Feel like a giant.
Yes. Yes. All right. So
I think there's something to that.
You know, an Elf. When it shows the normal size people.
You're about to see that a lot.
Yeah.
We're that time of year.
That's how I felt in their house.
You're like Buddy.
Yeah, that's like Buddy walking around the little elf house. But anyway, yeah, we had a good time together, actually. And they just love the show. I'm telling you, they love the show. Hey, son, have you listened today? No, sir. Can we turn it on? Well, no, sir. I need to get back outside.
Did you tell them that when you're not here, you really don't want to listen to it? I mean, you got it. You hear it a lot.
Yeah, I do. I do hear it. I hear it a lot. They've got some routines, which, I mean, right now, if you want to know, my dad's getting up and mom's making him a cup of coffee.
Love it.
And he's got to the recliner where he has to have two pillows up, and he has to have his leg higher than his heart.
Yeah.
Right now, where they did the bypass and took it from it. There was a little hiccup late in the week. I thought that we were going to have a situation where we might have to readmit him. His heart and everything's fine, but his leg was not healing the way it needed to heal. Now the incisions and all that, it's fine, but there was a little infection with the cells, cellulosis, I think, and it's pretty painful. And so we had to. Luckily, we had a doctor's appointment that timed down pretty good late in the week with the doctor, and they were able to look at it and see it. I think it had just started because I didn't see. I guess the day before, I saw a little bit of like a darker red when we were cleaning everything, and I'm like, Dad, do you have a fever in your leg? No. Does it warm? No. And then we go the next day to the doctor, and they're like, ooh.
Yeah.
And so they gave him some oil antibiotics and stuff. But I thought we might have to go in and do the IV antibiotic, but you have to be readmitted for that because they want to be able to observe you. It's not an outpatient thing like an infusion or transfusion or something like that. And so luckily the oral started kicking in. But man, all of you that are emailing, how's he doing, all this kind of stuff, y'all are very kind. And so that's where I've been. I just went up there for a week. But let me tell you something. You know, when you go to your parents' house and you see things, if they're getting older and you go and visit, you see things, you're like, man, I wish I had more time to do that. That tree needs to be cut, or this needs to be pressure washed, or, man, we need to replace that piece of wood right there. Well, I had a week, and I took every bit of equipment out of our garage and put as much as I could in my truck. And so, yeah, we got it done.
Well,
we got it done. If it wasn't grass, it's been pressure washed at that house.
There you will. You got it all shined up.
My parents was like, man, our neighbors probably think we're getting ready to move or something. You know, who's that guy out there? Hey, wow, the leaves will fall.
Yeah, they will.
Neighborhood.
Yeah, you're fighting a losing battle there.
Yeah, I said, Dad, instead of blowing the leaves every day, I'm gonna let them just fall all week and then attack them before I leave.
Yeah. Hey, it's beautiful.
It is gorgeous.
The color is just awesome. But wow, it's a mess. Goodness gracious.
So Terry came up for 2 days. And it was really great to see her, and not just because of her cooking, I promise you, but really I missed her. And we realized, we're not away from each other a lot. I don't see how people that travel, I don't see how y'all do it. But I had her with me, which means that freed me up a little bit to do some other things. But there was one day I said, Dad, I know your leg, it's all jacked up, and you're trying to get better and all this kind of stuff. But I got an idea how we can prop that thing up in the car. And let's go up and I know you can't see, but let's go look at leaves, which sounded funny to say. I know.
That's something you don't hear a lot.
No, I know that sounded funny. But
did he go?
Right, Dad, I can describe the leaves to you. Oh, look at that.
Yellow-orange.
Oh, boy, it's beautiful, Dad.
There's another one. Look at that.
But my mom would be with him, and she was like, "Oh yeah, just get y'all out of the house. I mean, there is life.
That's gotta be so tough.
There is life outside this house,
yes,
And I know y'all open the doors and all this, and go and check the mail, but that's about it.
That's your day outside. You're back in.
And then it gets too cold and all that. So I was like, let's get in the car and go to Montecito Mountain, up where you look at. There's little lookout areas, and let's go up there and let's see about 5 states from one place. I'm exaggerating, of course, but you can see forever, okay? And it's absolutely gorgeous. So they said, okay, I'm in. I'm like, oh, really? And so then the adventure began where I had to get him in the car, had to get his leg propped up, which is extremely painful, okay? I mean, just picture all that. And then we're headed up the mountain, and I've got a man that can't see giving me directions.
Oh, wow.
On how
Turn
to get
left
there.
here?
Yeah. You ought to see this, which is amazing. It's like he can't see. I haven't asked Dad, can you really see?
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. The crew back together, and we are excited to start a brand new week with you. Eddie Van Adler is here. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. I'm Speedy. We are the Good Time Gang. All right, so I was just recapping a little bit of my week, and we'll get a little bit more into it, but we had an adventure on Friday. We decided we were going to go to a lookout, a big mountain, Montecito Mountain in Huntsville. Everybody that's in that area knows it, and you know it's so well known. It's the state park at the top of the mountain, and
I don't know if I've ever been there.
And it's so well known. People, there's lookout spots that you can go and park and you can just see mountain after mountain top, and then valleys in between. And
7 states.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
the whole makeout area.
Yeah. And I'm like, look, we're
inspiration point.
I've got a story about that, by the way, but I don't know if I can say it. Talk about making out, but anyway, and so we I just spit something. We go up to the mountain, and Dad, before he lost his eyesight completely, he remembers driving around in Huntsville and all this kind of stuff, and so he was helping me on where we needed to go, and we get up there, and we got the map app and all this kind of stuff. We check in, they give us the map of all the roads and stuff. So. And it's just absolutely gorgeous. I mean, just leaves falling everywhere, just different colors. We're explaining all of it to it. My mom's, look at here. She's just having a blast.
Yeah.
I think it was really good for her. And so we get out, and now it's like Dad said, I think I'm just going to stay here. I mean, he even said, I can't say anyway. I think I'm just going to stay here.
Yeah.
And I said, Dad, my sister and your daughter, Lynn, she will kill me if we don't go get a picture. With this beautiful, with what we're seeing, there's a little.
So he was done with it.
I was like, yes, he was. There's a little retaining wall, and if we don't get out there, and y'all two don't sit on that, I'm telling you, I'm
be careful. We see stories every day about these pictures going bad.
Right. So
don't try to be sharp.
No.
Get on the edge.
Right.
Get past the rail.
So we get out, and it's an ordeal. And I'm telling everybody we're okay because it looks like we're not.
Do y'all need any help?
Right.
Got it.
Hey, y'all need anything? No, we're good. We got it.
It doesn't look
we
like
got
it, but we're fine.
What's that I'm stepping on? That's acorns, Dad. Just kick them. But
hey, acorns will take you down.
They will.
You got to be careful. Hit a rolling ankle. And so, we kicking out of the way, and we're, crunching through leaves and stuff, and I'm explaining everything to them, and it's an absolutely gorgeous day. And there's a few couples there that are hanging out. One of them, kind of kissing a little bit, and I'm describing that. And you can tell they, just having a little romantic moment and don't want to spoil it. And the retaining wall was pretty long, and so I'm trying to find an open spot. It's almost like going to the golf range.
Okay.
You don't want to use a bay that's right beside somebody.
If
right?
something else is open, you don't want to do that. I get it.
Let's separate a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I see a little open spot. And I'm looking at Terry, and we're talking through signals like, hey, go here. And she's got Mom, and I got Dad, and here we go. So we sit them down, and we take some pictures, and I felt like a hero because I texted them to Lynn, and she was just, I might cry. These are so beautiful. And I'm like, okay, see, we did it. That's awesome.
That's it.
Well, then Terry said, I've seen a video where people jump from this retaining wall, and it looks like they're jumping off the cliff. Because on the other side of the retaining wall, it's actually flat.
Yeah.
And there's benches on the other side of it. She said, jump up.
Please tell me you didn't ask your dad to do that.
No, I thought about it.
Yeah.
She said, get up.
Hey, Lan, look at this picture.
Hey, get up on that retaining wall and jump off. And I was like, honey, I'm not doing that. I'm 52 years old. I'll be 53 in December. And I said, I think you've forgotten. I think you think I'm 25 again.
Well, you're so youthful.
She said, no, I want to send it to the boys. Get back. And I think that she was trying to pull one on me because I got up and I jumped off, and it clearly didn't look like I was jumping off the cliff. Now, it's a little taller than you want. It's probably, maybe at the top of the glass here, so maybe 6.5 feet up. Yeah. But the angle, you could tell I was going to kind of brace myself. So she said, do it again. Do it again. So I ended up doing it 3 times, and the last one looked kind of like I was falling and jumping off the cliff. I woke up Saturday morning and was so sore.
From that?
From that, because I was having to hit and roll, and I was like, what is wrong with me?
You stunt man?
Yeah. But we had a great time. Met a couple from Louisville, Mississippi.
Were they the ones over there making out?
No, they were not. But they
was it David?
He had a Mississippi State jacket on. He had
Forgot about that email. By the way.
he wanted to come stay with me. He had a Mississippi State jacket on, and
well, he ought to have been happy.
And my mom
big weekend for them.
And my mom had a Mississippi State jacket on. And so there was that, hey, how you doing, whatever. And then
Hail State.
And while I have you,
cowbell,
you mind taking a picture of us? You know, because we're trying to selfie it and all this. And I took a picture of them, but Terry wanted one.
You brought your selfie stick.
You brought the guy in to take the picture.
Yeah, and so he came over and we started talking. And he said, yeah, we're from Louisville, Mississippi, and we're coming back from a trip. And I'm like, I don't do stuff like this. If I was trying to get to Louisville, Mississippi from Chattanooga, I wouldn't be stopping in Huntsville to look at. I want to get home.
Yeah, that's good.
And
I've never been one to sightsee on my way back.
No, but it
maybe
looked
on
like,
my way out.
I'm like, but I need to do
Probably
more
should
things
do it,
like this because they were having a good time just sitting there looking out. So we met them. They love the show and are from that area. And
Let me guess. Which one of the parents told them who you were?
Huh?
You always said your mom and dad are always going around.
Actually, when we started talking, the wife asked, "Are you Speedy?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I said, "And this is Don Juan." No, I'm kidding. So we struck up conversation that way, and then asked them to take a picture. But it was really kind of cool to meet them, and but it was absolutely gorgeous. And then getting them back in the car. Here we go.
Here we go.
We got to get back in the car, and we just had a blast though. And they talked about that for 2 days.
You got to get out.
You do. I think you do, right?
All that.
I think you do. I mean, to sightsee, even though you can't see, I think it's more about getting out.
Yeah, and you can feel you're out.
Yes, yes. Hey, feel the breeze, Dad. Mm-hmm. I know you get cold pretty
fresh
easy
air
right now, but feel that breeze.
Yeah,
feel that breeze. And so it was a
bundle
blast.
Up.
Yeah. So Terry coming really freed up to do stuff like that, and so I thought that was kind of cool, kind of fun to do. And
you got to fake like you were falling.
Yeah, yeah. And then of course the cooking that she did and the stuff she left with us wasn't that bad either. Boy, she showed out.
You like that?
Yeah. Bean soup with some cornbread.
Oh, I love that. Soup and cornbread is my thing.
Yeah, hey,
crumble,
especially
crumble.
this time of year.
Hey.
Crumble it.
That Dad be, hey, what's for dinner? Like, I don't know. Gave more of that bean soup left over? Some cornbread?
Sure.
Yeah, sure, Dad. We got to stay low in sodium. But, now everything has to be low in sodium. So I don't know. Have you gone to the grocery store lately and tried to find that?
No.
And you got to be very strategic on what you cook.
You're reading a lot of labels.
Yes, you are. Things that you had no idea. You're looking at labels now, the stuff they already had. Oh, my gosh. Look at this. Well, you can't
eat that anymore.
Yeah, that's out. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour is live. Good Time Gang here. Eddie Van Adler. He's got TV rolling, everything else, social media. Got that handled. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. Rick and Bubba join us in 30 minutes from now. You brought up something in the break that I hadn't heard in a long time, Greg, and it was the Muppets.
Well, the Muppets, they debut an Asian American puppet for the first time.
Okay.
Her name will be Ji Young. She's the newest Muppet to reside at Sesame Street. She's making history as the first Asian American Muppet on Sesame Street. She's Korean American. She has two passions: rocking out on her electric guitar and skateboarding.
Okay.
Well, here's my question. So then they go on, the article talks about how they're working on to be diverse and, represent everybody. And I haven't watched it lately.
Well, I hope not.
But
well, you got grandkids.
If we're talking about being diverse, where's the white people? Ernie's orange. Bert's bright yellow. Where's the honky at? Where's Honky Hank? I mean,
Honky Hank.
Have we got? Do y'all see it?
I didn't know that he was doing
what
that.
race? I didn't know the Muppets were any race. They were monsters, and then there were an orange person,
right?
And there were a bright yellow person. I've never, really noticed that they're a race one way or the other. Now I haven't watched it in a long time, but I'm just saying, I didn't look at Ernie and Bert and go, look at them two white guys. No, there's an orange guy and a bright yellow guy, and they're puppets. So I guess they don't have a race because they're puppets. Now, if these were puppets that were supposed to look like people, but they don't really look like
Joe
people.
Biden weighed in and said it was the great orange guy.
Yeah.
Evidently.
Wow.
We talked about that Friday.
I don't see I mean, I didn't know they had race.
You're saying
I will say this: the Sesame Street was the first to push, Spanish and all that. I remember when I was a kid, they were even doing that.
Yeah, right.
Count to 10 in Spanish or whatever.
Yeah.
And I found the white guys on the show.
Okay. There they are.
Of course.
I'm talking about Sesame Street.
That's a good laugh.
They're not on Sesame Street.
Oh, look, I didn't know you were so in on Sesame Street. You really
That's
know what's
what
going on.
This is Sesame Street.
I know that, but I didn't know
but
you
look
were
at
so
Ernie.
dialed in.
Look at Ernie. What do you think? I don't think a race at all. He's
right, so
orange.
we're looking at him
look
now.
at Bert. Bert's bright yellow.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. There they are. Look, and then the rest are monsters. And then you got a big bird.
So if they're Caucasian, it doesn't look like it.
No.
You want them just with.
Well, I mean, if we're going to be diverse, we need Honky Hank in there.
Is that what you want his name to be?
Yeah, I want him to have a mullet and everything. I want him to be from the Southeast.
Okay.
Yep. If we're going to be diverse.
Yeah, if we're going to be
It just
diverse.
hit me when they were saying, because they show her, here's the new Ji Young, and she kind of looks, I guess, like, but then beside her is Ernie, and he's orange.
Right.
I've never met, I know Trump looked orange, but
Right.
there's really not a
That's
race
true.
of people who are
No,
orange.
no, there's not.
And we refer to the Asians, some people do, as yellow, but they really not yellow. Bert is yellow. I mean, he looks like a Easter egg, and that's, I don't look at Bert and go, well, look, I don't know what that, I don't like a white guy or black. Count, look, he's purple.
Yeah, we're just going different colors.
I mean, I don't see
I've
a
never
race.
I've never really
seen a race
focused on
yet
that, Greg.
in a Sesame Street Muppet.
Greg, once again, you've brought up something I've never really looked at.
I don't know. What about Grover? A lot of monsters. We got some monsters, I'll tell you that. Cookie monsters, but most of them are blue.
This is really bothering
Well,
me.
I was just we're talking about how
did the grandkids
diverse
have
we
you
are.
back to watching it again?
No, it's
Is that
this
what it is?
article today, and I looked at the picture of Ji Young or whatever, and she's beside Ernie, and we're talking about her being Korean, and I said, well, what the hell is Ernie? He's orange.
Is that okay?
You see, that's what made me think.
Right.
See what you missed last week?
Well,
Am I the only one that sees it?
well, every now and then we do what's Greg looking at, because he'll look at his
How do y'all not
laptop
see that?
and turn his head like a dog that doesn't understand something. And
I
this
think
is what he was
That's
looking
a
at.
legitimate question.
Right.
Is if we're going to go by race and nationality of a Muppet, tell me what Ernie is. And Bert. Bert's got a funny shaped head. I'm not sure what he is. And he's bright yellow.
I don't know what they are.
I don't even know what to say.
I've never.
A little nervous.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm scalling it.
Well, you
I don't
got
know
that
what
saying-
nationality Ernie is.
You've got.
And they're trying to make him and Bert's relationship a little weird, too. You know
Well,
how
they
that
are.
is.
They are. They're really
No
good
matter
friends.
what color they are, they're trying to do that.
Well, you're talking about that, and it looks like Helmsy's melling something. So
Yeah.
between those two things, I'm really confused.
Elmo's red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greg, I've never really dialed that in. I've just never really thought about.
Well, we're screaming about diversity, and I don't see much diversity. Well, there's a lot of different colors, but I thought they were all just like neutral. They were just puppet people.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Did the Muppets? Were y'all ever into that?
The Muppet Show was kind of. I didn't like it too much puppet human interaction, but
Yeah, I know that bothers
the
you.
Muppet Show it had its. At times I'd stop and go, look at that. Them old men were funny, but this is Sesame Street I'm talking about.
One of my kids had an Elmo run early on, like real
Yeah,
early.
everybody loved Elmo.
Right.
But
But
my
that was-
kids liked it. Listen, I had a Grover puppet when I was a kid.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Hey, can you put that picture back up? Adler's been showing, for those of you on YouTube, you see it. For those of you not, he's been showing the whole cast.
They ain't a honky in that pile.
All right.
That's not very diverse.
So we got, let's see, Cookie
Oscar's
Monster's
green.
blue. Rick says the let's see, the postman is blue. he
See?
said.
That's right.
Let's
My point
see.
is they act like that we're changing
got
it
here.
because
Well,
we
we
had
got pink- we got a
weren't
pink
very
girl.
diverse and now we're changing
Right.
it. I see a lot of different colors. None of them really match up to anybody's nationality.
Right.
But Bert and Ernie's who gets me because they're supposed to be like people, I think,
Yeah.
and they're not any.
Count's got that widow's peak.
Yeah, now they got a
Or
little
is that
he's
his
got little
eyebrow?
helms in him.
Yeah.
He does, doesn't he? Look at that.
I never
thing I
got
know.
Snuffleupagus. He
Nah.
bothered
Yeah.
me.
Scary.
He sounded like he's talking through a vacuum cleaner hose.
It really bothered you?
Yeah, because my mom had one of them Electrolux vacuum cleaners with a long hose, and we'd get it and go, "Brrr," and it sounded just like Snuffleupagus. Just like it.
I didn't know this was such a big part of your world.
I'm just saying, if we're going to be diverse with the Muppets
We know
on
what
Sesame
we got.
Street,
Then you need to
they
call.
act like we had a bunch of white puppets, and now we're doing better. We didn't. We had orange ones, and we had yellow ones,
Green,
we got
blue.
purple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the deal?
Take a sip.
Coming next, Honky Hank.
Okay, Hank. From
Why'd you settle on Hank?
Because it kind of goes with honky.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of honkies named Hank. In case you've noticed. They are.
I so want the commercial break.
I
to get here.
know. I'm just letting him finish.
I was just
know,
noticing. Excuse me for being observant.
What you want to do is you want to let a Burgess breathe.
This is so monumental, and I said, "Oh, good, we got to look at it a little." Because I didn't pay attention. I got to look, and I said, "I don't see any nationalities in there except Jing Liu or Jing Young, whatever hers is."
Right. You know, Helmsy, you want to let a Burgess kind of finish and let him breathe because just when you think they're finished, they got more.
I was curious.
So I'm just sitting here, just letting him do. Let him work
has
it
an answer,
out.
let me know.
I'm just letting him work it out.
It's kind of like the dog on Christmas Vacation. Just let him finish.
I don't think Jim Henson really cared when he came up with the Muppets about all that.
See, he's still
a lot
going.
Of talking
See,
monsters.
that's what I'm talking about. See, you just let him finish.
A lot of talking monsters.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Of course, back in his time when this came up, it wasn't an issue like it is now. But now they were out front on the Hispanic thing. Sesame Street was. They were teaching Spanish to kids way in the 70s.
He's doing this while holding a coffee cup. For those of you who can't see him.
All right.
Yeah. Are you done? Because I don't think you
I'm
are.
the only one noticed it. I was slipping.
What would Honky Hank? Who would be the voice of Honky Hank?
Probably Gary.
Gary. All right. Is that what you
Somebody
say?
that sounds like Gary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Gary could do it.
For some reason, I said Honky the Hank. No, his name's Honky.
You'd always see him in a skid steer.
Exactly. He'd pull up in it. Here
In
comes
the skid
Honky Hank. Brrr. He'd get out.
He said, "How y'all doing?
How y'all doing? Let me clear this out." Yeah.
Have you ever wanted to be the
Hey,
voice
G
of something?
Young. A voice of something.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I see the paychecks they're making, absolutely. If you get on a one-hit show or one-hit movie,
Ooh, kidding me?
Every actor I've ever seen, when they interview them, they go, "It's the easiest money I've ever made in my life."
Just go in a booth and just talk.
Yep.
That's making it right there. Honky Hank.
Well, I'm just, we ain't diverse enough. Just checking.
Well, that's what Greg was looking at, and
There's gonna be a lot of people noticing that today.
yeah, I never really dialed in on the skin color.
Well, there's
of all
Ernie.
the
He's a
Muppets.
member of, the orange skin race. They're so common.
Don't forget we're talking about Muppets too.
I know. Oh, Bert, he's from the bright yellows.
Oh, and there's Honky Hank.
Rick and Bubba.
11 minutes until top of the hour, leaning on 10 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you for tuning in to the kickoff hour. And Greg, I should say, how'd you sleep last night, big guy?
I slept good on that Helix mattress.
I know that alarm hurt, but up to that point, did you sleep?
I slept excellent.
Well,
you know why? Because it's custom made the way you like it.
That's right. And HelixSleep.com/Bubba is a great company from North Carolina. If you want to experience a good night's sleep like Greg and Lisa, then let us suggest HelixSleep.com/Bubba. This Christmas, get you and your loved ones the gift they really want, a new mattress. You don't know that you're sleeping bad until you get on a Helix mattress, and then you go, oh, wow, so this is what it can be like. What about putting those in your guest bedroom so when you're having company come over, they get a good night's sleep?
How about that?
That's there for you. They've created the number one different high-quality all-American made mattress that can fit your particular style of sleep. It's an easy little survey you take, little questionnaire.
2 minutes.
And they decide if do you want soft, medium, firm. Maybe you need the Helix Plus mattress, a little extra room. Got you some size there. That's okay. They got that. They got it taken care of for you. They're the number one best overall mattress picked by GQ and Wired magazine. And right now, if you visit Helix, come on, Speedy, HelixSleep.com/Bubba, you'll save $200. Plus, you're going to get that 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Save $200. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Get a truly amazing night's sleep. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. My alarm clock every day was my dad calling me, telling me he needed to get up. And so I would go in and just make sure he got up properly or whatever. They get up real early. Matter of fact, it's about time I get up every day to come here. So that was my alarm clock. I know you have normal ones, but that would be my normal alarm
clock. For the
week.
week, that was your normal.
Yeah, he'd be like, hey, son. I'm like, hey, Dad. He said, it's time to get up. Mind coming and get me? Sure. Just make sure, because the doctor said the first couple of weeks after surgery, you've got to make sure that we don't add a fall into their recovery because now you're dealing with another injury. Yeah, so you got to make sure that, and he's doing well. He's doing great.
Good deal.
So I went to sleep last night. I decided, you know what? I'm back in my own room, in my own bed, and I'm going to kind of take advantage of that. So I missed your Marco Polo last night.
Yeah, it was late. I probably shouldn't have even done that.
Well, that's okay. It's okay.
I woke up to wake
it.
you up. I knew Greg was probably asleep, and I didn't know what your schedule was like.
Yeah.
Had you already been back? Were you coming back late? I didn't know.
I wasn't asleep yet,
shot.
but I had already set up I knew where all the boys were. I knew everything was good. I knew and I had Do Not Disturb on. So on Do Not Disturb, if y'all were to call me, it's going to ring. But all the text messages and all that, I'm not going to get. So I missed your Marco Polo, but you were in Gunnersville last night.
First United Methodist Church, Gunnersville, Alabama.
Come on with
it. And it was funny, when I sent y'all that Marco Polo, I knew neither one of y'all remembered that I was doing that this weekend. And you had been gone all week, so you didn't know. But anyway, I had a great time last night with the men of First United Methodist Church. Matter of fact, there was actually, I think, 7 different churches involved with Man Church last night, scattered across Gunnersville. And special thanks to Pastor Ricky Smith, who is the pastor there at First United Methodist Church, and then Michael Wilder, who's the youth minister, who and the drummer on the worship team, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, wasn't expecting that last night. I'd been communicating with him, and he's kind of the one that I've been working with on marching orders and those type things. And then last night when we start the service, he's back there banging on the drums, and I thought, well, that's a talented little fella right there. But great night hanging out with those men. Honored to be the guest speaker, and it was just a good night. I'm going to tell you, that worship team last night. There was I say this, I've only said this a few times, and this is not a knock on anybody else, but there was a special energy in that room last night. It was pretty awesome. It's called the Holy Spirit, but it was
right.
It was a great night. And and when I Marco'd you guys on the way back, it was after 10, I think. And so it was, of course, by the time I got home, of course, I go in. You're talking about sleeping in your own bed. I get in there, and Maddie's in our bed, and I'm like, babe, what's this about?
She's
serious? Like, she couldn't sleep. I couldn't say no. You weren't here. And so I just went and got in her bed. And so that was my sleeping situation last night. I didn't think the Gunnersville thing through, though. I had several men come up to me after, and they were like, I wish you would have said something earlier last week. We could have set up some fishing trip on Sunday afternoon, had some dinner, and then came, and I'm like, goodness gracious, why didn't I think about that? crappie capital of the world. And then you got, and that's going on right now. Of course, the bass fishing's unreal. So that was a scheduling flaw on my part. I should have thought that out. But great night for Jesus, and just fun to hang out with men. A lot of kickoff hour fans there. How many people you think come up and said, Greg's my favorite?
No, probably not very many.
I get that a lot, by the way.
Yeah.
I get that. Now I love you and
Funny, I don't
Speedy.
get
Hey,
that a
I
lot.
love you and Speedy, but Greg's my favorite.
Funny, I don't get that a lot.
Greg will say anything.
Yeah. I have to tell them that too. They're like, man, Greg's like me. He says what's on his mind. I'm like, no, Greg actually cleans it up before he says it.
Yeah. You ought to hear him in the break room.
Okay. now.
I'm glad.
I'm glad you had a good time though.
And outside of that, it was pretty low key weekend. Watched a decent amount of football. Knocked out some stuff at the house. I'm like with you on the leaves. I always with the leaves in the winter. I always ask, when is it going to rain next? Because I'm worried about my gutters more than anything. So for instance, I think our next chance of rain is Thursday.
Yeah.
There's no sense in me messing with leaves on Friday, Saturday,
right.
Sunday, because they're just going to be more Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah.
So I'll wait till Wednesday and do that.
Right.
But watched a lot of football.
Yeah.
Caught up on some shows that I'm enjoying watching, and tried that Squid Game thing. That's weird.
What's the big
I saw that in the
deal?
text
Gracious.
message that you were going back to
So
that.
you can't handle it?
So is it? I've heard people say it's
What, Speedy, the reason
they're acting
I brought
like
it up
it's-
Friday, it's actually surpassed Game of Thrones as far as the viewers
And that's
in only a
crazy.
short
That
period
is
of time.
insane.
And so I thought, well, this must be really good. Now, here's the problem.
Mouth don't go with
The
words.
mouth
No.
doesn't go with it. And here's another thing,
Do you get
too.
used to it? Because somebody said you get used to it.
Well, I couldn't.
Okay.
This continues to be my breakdown on this show is I cannot get used to it. And it's not that the mouth is off. It's the particular
They don't match the
English
voices look good?
voices.
They don't match them up good?
No, it's like this guy won't have that voice.
Exactly.
Yeah. Huh.
This guy sounds like Ed down at the lube shop. Like, what are we talking about?
I can't
This
tell
guy,
you how
I
many
mean,
times that Lisa and I were sitting here and we'll go, let's find something to watch on Netflix or something. And you'll go, well, that looks good. And
And
you
then
click on it, and all of a sudden, there's them mouths. You're like, well, I
Mm-hmm.
can't sit through this the whole time. Watch them. And like you said, the voice does not go with the person.
Give me an Asian
Well,
that speaks
Yeah.
English. Do
Yeah,
that.
Do that.
Why not do that?
Right.
Don't give me somebody that sounds like Speedy and Helms and Greg.
Yeah.
but I'm like you.
It's
I need to
weird.
look at it because I'm just wondering what the hype is, so
Well,
I
I'll
can
tell you
judge
this.
whether the hype's.
It is.
I
It's
haven't dived in yet, but I'm telling you.
It's intense, and I watched one episode, and I'm like, I can't do it. Well, I watched half a second episode, and I'm like, I can't. The voices don't
Can't
go
do
with, and it's not so much that it's not in sync as is
It doesn't
this
match
guy doesn't have that kind of voice.
It happens a
Yeah.
lot, yeah. You're like, that. Come on.
He don't talk like that, not even close. I don't know why we can't do better on that. You spent so much money on this.
I know.
You can't get an Asian guy to do the voiceover.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I mean, I don't know.
Well,
So, and then of course watched a good bit of football too.
Yeah.
I
What
didn't
y'all-
get any of that either.
What do y'all think about this right here?
Just stay healthy and keep running. And I'm going to keep running as long as I can. I find it fun. I like doing it.
Is this that 100-and-something marathoner?
Wow.
We
Well,
saw-
no, it
we
wasn't a-
saw her.
well,
We
it
didn't
wasn't-
talk about
it.
it,
Wasn't a
but we-
marathoner.
Oh, okay.
She's
It was a 105-year-old
Yeah.
woman. Y'all talked about this already?
We didn't talk about it, but we saw it. We saw her running on the
Sprint.
news on the
Okay.
TV, and we got to have
She
her.
would have beat me in the crap.
Set the
run.
world record out of Louisiana, the fastest 100-meter sprint for a woman in the 105 and up category.
Okay,
She
so
broke a world record.
So I would say that world record.
There's not too many people.
Not a lot of people even tried it. I mean, I don't want to diminish what she's done, but when you hear world record, you think, well, then you go, wait a minute, how many 105 people run?
Right, so it's that
Two.
category.
There's two people in the whole world at 105 that run. So, I mean, really,
Now, she is 105.
there ain't that many people that are 105 that
Yeah.
don't do anything.
I think you should win an award just for being 105.
That's right.
too.
You don't have to sprint. It's not necessary for you to run a 100-yard dash.
No, not at all.
I'll give you this. She was running a lot faster than I thought she would for her age.
Really?
You seen the video?
I have not.
She's picking them up, putting them down.
Really?
Everybody's a nervous wreck. Oh, God, don't fall.
Please don't fall.
Oh, no.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us, and we'll start this week off with them, the main show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on
It
the
is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour begins now, and it starts with the national anthem. It's 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy returns. He's been part of the kickoff hour with the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. So back from vacation. Team Rick and Bubba all here today as we go through another hour, another day, another week as we continue to make Rick and Bubba history. Approaching our 28th birthday. Wow. Across the way, there he sits, and we'll bring him in here. Weekend recaps coming up. We'll meet back and play your phone calls today. All parts of the Rick and Bubba Show. So let's get him in here. Speaking, of course, of the Silver Tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba. Your two fat buddies on the radio hanging out with some other guys.
Yep.
Gonna have a good time today and want you to be a part of it.
There you go. Grab a seat. Let's go, man. On my knees again. Gotta beg you, please. We the Kingdom, Holy Water. I like that one. First time I heard that one, I knew it was snappy.
It's a, hey,
I knew
that's
it
a keeper.
I got to see it live. First time you know how sometimes a song just grabs you the minute you hear the opening chords?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it was when Chris Tomlin introduced them to the world. I guess it was either the last Christmas, maybe? I think it was his Christmas concert, and he had them there. And he's like, hey, I got some folks I want to introduce you to. And I'm sitting next to Sherry, and that song kicks up. I said, ooh. She looked at it. She goes, do you like that one, don't you? I said, that's those chords I like right there. Just let it breathe. We don't have to do feels everywhere and everybody overplay. Just let's enjoy it. So, and of course, lyrically, good song too. So, Well, Bubba, we have it's good to have old Speedy back.
Good to be back.
And I know you told everybody, Daddy doing all right.
Dad's doing good. He made a joke yesterday as I was leaving. He said, "Son, you get to go home so you can rest."
Oh yeah.
But he's doing good. He's doing good, and Mom's doing good. They're just getting their routine. I've already gotten an update, which this was big for me.
Yep.
Blood pressure reading. Made it to the recliner. Got my coffee and taken my pill.
Okay,
so those are big big markers for the morning.
Yeah.
And my alarm every morning was him calling me, waking me up, saying it's time to get up.
It's funny. I met a fascinating man last night over in Center, Alabama, and Bubba, everybody was there. Was almost like they brought in extra people to keep exotic pets away. And the guy's 84 years old. He's Rich Wingo's uncle. By the way.
Wow!
He was a crop duster. Fascinating. And he was sitting there, and he had him a little scooter he was pushing around because he was recovering from open heart surgery at 84.
Wow, that's amazing.
He said, "Yeah, they almost wouldn't even do it on me." And I said, "Well," "You all right?" "Yeah, I'm doing fine." "Yeah, I sold my crop duster to some guy down in Brazil." "Okay, all right." And, you think he didn't have some stories?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Good night alive.
Also got to talk to the sheriffs there about they're giving me the insight of Northerners all moving to Alabama. Especially around the different lakes. They got Weiss Lake up there.
Oh, yeah.
And they were giving me, he says, we're working really hard to be sure that they don't understand. He goes, we keep having to remind them why they moved here. So don't turn this place into where you came from.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, he said it was
Remember
funny.
why you left.
Yeah, he said, I got called out. The guy moved from Michigan, got called out there and he was complaining about this. His neighbor hadn't taken his trash can down to the road yet. And I said, now, you know why you moved here, right? He said, here in Alabama, he said, I wouldn't say much about it. He said, your neighbor will go get his trash can at some point.
Yeah.
He said, but you left to Michigan to come on down here to a place where, everybody doesn't get in your business on your private property.
Yeah.
And he goes, so if you come down here, the culture is going to be a little different.
Yep.
But isn't that why you came here?
Yeah.
Enjoy the lake and gotta get trash can later. I wouldn't worry
You
about that.
are welcome. Your past political habits are not.
Right.
Yeah.
I know it feels weird when you leave being under the ruling of a queen, to come here. And he was basically, he said, you wouldn't believe, he said, one guy wanted to know what my response time was to where he'd moved off out in the middle of nowhere. He said, about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And the guy said, 45 minutes? He said, you realize where you have moved? He said, I've got to go out of Alabama into Georgia, then back in Alabama to get to you. Like that. And he said, but didn't you move away to get out? He goes, so when you're out, it takes longer for us to get there.
Yeah, it does.
Well,
it does. Takes a minute.
You're kind of your own first line of defense, and that's why you need to learn how to operate a gun.
That's
properly.
what he said. He said here where you've moved, they don't call me unless there's just nothing they can't handle on their own.
All right.
I need to come get something, carry a body off, something like that. But
Clean
normally
up detail.
Normally they kind of police themselves out there where you live.
Yeah. That's a
I
good
love
thing.
what he got to. I love what he said. I have to leave Alabama, go into Georgia, come back from Georgia into Alabama to even get to you. Get up on the mountain. So it was great, and I know Helmsley was in Guntersville last night, so we it was funny, and just a lot of you go to those places that have been with us for a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of Rick and Bubba reminiscing going on.
Yeah.
It was good, and what they liked the most. I told them, I said, we're more dangerous now than we've ever been. I said, because if Lord willing we get to January, we're going to say 28 years will be celebrated. No one expected this show to be here anywhere near 28 years. I said, so you fire us now, we still made it.
Yeah.
There's nothing you really
That's
do.
it. That's it.
Yeah, we've exceeded anything anybody would have ever thought.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not sitting here going, oh man, I hope we can make it. We've already made what's left. I mean, all we doing now is just enjoying ourselves.
Yeah.
You can come along if you want to. I've become the guy up there. I've become the guy at Coleman Liquidators. You want to listen to us? That's fine. You don't. I don't care.
But we'd rather you listen.
Yeah, of course.
But I mean, I don't lay awake about it. It's not like I used to. It's kind of like surely you've decided by now whether you like this or not.
But we love technology.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
of gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll definitely be chatting with you today, and we hope all of you had a great weekend. It was, for a lot of people, it was fall at its best in a lot of Rick and Bubba areas. We definitely did in Alabama. We had a great, beautiful, beautiful weekend. Great time to just enjoy the outdoors. So coming up this week, we'll talk. When you got the AP poll for college football, it just kind of loses its luster once you know tomorrow night they're going to do the playoff poll, which is going to be the only one that matters. Mm-hmm. I mean,
but they do kind of follow each other a lot of times.
Sure.
I'm sure the people on that committee give this thing a glance.
Yeah, it's that when now if you remember now the AP one time tried to be sharp and put Alabama down. Below Cincinnati and all that. Then on Tuesday night, everybody said, no, we'll put them back to 2 slot. Okay, and I appreciate
that. AP has now.
Right, now AP said, okay, y'all made us look stupid, so we'll catch up. I think AP now is trying to look like the playoff countdown. I mean, top 10, top 20, whatever. So no real change at the top on this, right? This is the same.
You got Georgia, Alabama, Cincinnati, Oregon, Ohio State at 5, Notre Dame 6, Michigan State 7, Michigan 8, Oklahoma State 9, and Ole Miss rounding out the top 10.
Yep, there you go. So I guess of consequence over the weekend, Ole Miss beating Texas A&M, that was a biggie. And I got to see a little bit of that game. Did y'all see any of that?
I did not, but I'm not surprised by that at all.
I'll tell you what I was surprised, and this is new for me, and I really, really enjoyed it, which it has been a while. So Saturday, Sherry and I we were going to a wedding, but it wasn't until 4:30 in the afternoon. So I got to get up on a beautiful fall morning and do the thing that I have not gotten to do one time this season, and that is to get you a little something like you like it, a little orange juice, get a little coffee, whatever,
get your egg.
And roll in front of College Game Day and just sit there and watch. I haven't got to do that all year, and I really enjoyed it. And I was, of course, only Lane Kiffin would be a coach that is coaching that day and will still come be the guest picker and pick.
And call two of the big wins that day that not everybody had on their list.
Well, he was admitting that every pick he had was totally strategic. Mm-hmm. Like he's like, I'm going to pick Mississippi State over Auburn because I've got to play them in a few weeks. Yeah. I'm not doing anything on the bulletin board.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking about him.
He picked Baylor over Oklahoma.
Yeah, I think we all saw that coming. By the way, I didn't know that Rattler had been totally replaced.
Oh, yeah.
That he's not
a couple of weeks.
That he's not even the quarterback there anymore. Mm-hmm. But we all called that. Look, Oklahoma, I'm glad
started the season as a Heisman front runner.
Yeah. I'm just glad that we got this Oklahoma thing over with before they got into the playoff.
Thank you.
So because
they're hanging around number 12 at 9-1 though. Look out.
Well, I mean, they're a good team. They're just not a great team. And Baylor is a good team, as you saw. I mean, from what I saw in the score, I didn't see the game. Baylor beat them straight up. Was it 27, beat them by 14 or 13, something like that.
How about Texas A&M? Where are you at today? Huh?
I don't know anything about
because you got off to a horrible start. You kicked the bucket against 2 SEC teams. Then you come back and beat Alabama. Looked like gangbusters. Beat Auburn. And now Ole Miss, you fall flat there.
Well, Ole Miss is pretty good, though.
But if you're
they're good. I'm not saying it as a slap, but after you've beat Alabama to lose 3 other SEC games, that has to hurt.
Well, if you're an A&M fan, what you have to be sick about, to your point, Helms, is your defense did what they had to do against this high-powered offense to let you win the game.
Yeah.
And you couldn't do anything against. Really, I mean, Ole Miss's defense is better, but they're not elite. Mm-hmm. And you couldn't – because, the defense should look at A&M and say, y'all do realize we were holding this high-power offense to, 12 points or something?
Mm-hmm. Which is incredible. And they've scored at will almost all year.
We can't beat Ole Miss is the job we did on defense.
Yeah.
Right.
If we hold them to this,
because if you look at one of the points was a pick 6. I mean, one of the touchdowns.
Yeah. So
really, A&M's defense shut Ole Miss's offense down.
Yeah.
But Ole Miss shut down.
Yeah, they're playing good D.
Yeah, and got what you want. When old defense picks up points, isn't it fun?
Yeah.
Don't you like when OD gets some points? Huh? Hey, there you go. That'll help.
If it wasn't for the state of Alabama, Ole Miss would be sitting pretty right now, undefeated.
They would.
Yeah, that's incredible. And speaking of that, Mississippi State with a big win over Auburn scored 40 unanswered points at one point.
Well, we've all been talking about the story off the air. You know, this was what I call the Brothers Bowl. I was sitting there going, all right, I got two boys that want Auburn to win and one that wants Mississippi State to win. I'm just going to sit here in the neutral position and hopefully get a good game. So since it was 11 o'clock game and the wedding wasn't until late in the afternoon, I was like, well, I'm going to see this.
Yeah.
And it goes 28-3 so fast. And I was like, well, that's it. I got other things I can do. I even started looking for other games.
Auburn looked really good. I mean, they look really good. Look balanced, everything.
I haven't seen them play much this year, but from what I've gathered from my complaining two sons that tell the life of being an Auburn fan.
Yeah.
And
guys, you should have been me explaining things to my dad who is visually impaired, so I'm having to explain things to him because he gets frustrated with the announcers. They don't talk about the game enough. And they'll say, oh, it's a completion, but they won't really describe it.
Right.
And I'm like, no, Dad, you don't understand. There's nobody within 6 yards of these guys that are catching the ball. Mississippi State's defense looked so unorganized in the beginning. Bo Nix was throwing and completing everything.
Yeah.
Everything in the early stages.
Yeah,
I thought, well, this is over.
I thought Auburn looked crisp. They looked like they had springs on their feet. They were catching everything. They were executing beautifully.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these receivers everybody's been complaining about are making one-hand catches, and I'm like, wow, this is a completely different team.
Yeah.
And then I thought, taking nothing away from Auburn because a lot of this has to do with how well Auburn was playing.
Yeah.
But I thought that Mississippi State, as you said, looked unmotivated.
Yeah.
It's almost like that when you come off a game that you should have won. You know, if you just make simple field goals against Arkansas, and Arkansas played great, but Mississippi State had chances to win if they simply make easy field goals, which leads to the tryout this week, by the way. They have 40 kids trying out for kicker at Mississippi State this week. Yeah, including Big Love.
Auburn may be having tryouts, too, for a couple of positions.
By the way, Brooks may be kicking for Mississippi State.
Good luck, Brooks. Gosh, I hope
guys, Big Love on the back of that jersey, standing back there, old school, kicking straight on. But anyway, so I think to myself, well, this is Auburn's day. They got their act together and look, and it looks like Mississippi State's done. I mean, that last week took the wind out of their sail. They don't look like they even want to be here. They look like they're standing around, and so I'm like, and that'll do it. So I get out of that and I go, I'm texting the Auburn brothers, hey, great new job. And, hey, who's this team? Hey, who's these receivers? And then I'm going over to Brooks, hey, man. And he's like, it's just life as a State fan, like that. And I'm like, I know, buddy. Hey, I hope you have a good day planned,
Yeah.
And so I leave it. And then all of a sudden, text one from Big Love. By the way, we're coming back. and I'm like, the Big Love's overly optimistic.
Yeah.
And then
positive
and this is when I knew that I needed to turn it on. Blake, total implosion. Look, and then Brody at the game. What am I watching? What's happening here? I can't believe what I'm seeing. And I thought, all right, I need to go back and check on this game.
Get back to that
something.
thing.
And like you said, 40 unanswered points.
I think at one point it was that. But it was a record-setting comeback for Mississippi State and a complete meltdown for Auburn. And in the process, lost starting quarterback Bo Nix, who put on social media last night that he will be having surgery on his ankle, and rehab starts today.
Yeah, and didn't they get the kicker hurt too on the
kicker? The kicker got hurt, Anders Carlson, and his status is unknown right now.
I do believe that the tide had turned, no pun intended.
Yeah.
And I think Mississippi State wins the game anyway. But that targeting call.
Oh, ridiculous.
What's happened to football?
I don't know.
And there was another one, another game I watched.
Yeah.
What's happening to football?
You got a couple of them on there that's going to have that every game, by the way. Two of them.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. If you're growing a small business, that's hard in and of itself. Many owners out there in our audience are busier than ever trying to continue to do what needs to be done with fewer and fewer people. And then you get ready to fill an opportunity, and you really don't have that time that you need, but that's where you got LinkedIn.com/Bubba. They are here to help. And you can post your first job opportunity because you support this show. You can do that for free. Just go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. And here's how it works. They develop a few screening questions based on their conversations with you, and you set those up. Then they use those screening questions to kind of narrow it down to, they get rid of the candidates that really don't even meet the basic requirements. So then when you get to doing the interviews, you're only interviewing the most qualified people. Their network features over 770 million people, and so they'll go find the ones using your screening questions that are the most qualified. So put them to work for you. You can post that first job for free. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Also go to rickandbubba.com. You find them right there under the sponsors. But now let me be clear on this, right, what I'm trying to say here. I have no intention of getting in the middle of the fans in our audience that love Auburn and the fans that love Mississippi State. As you know, even in our family, we have a little bit of both. So it's not about the game or this decided the game. This is not about that at all.
No, it really isn't. It's a whole different topic.
Now, the reason why I don't like these kind of targeting calls or these kind of calls is here's what it does. It then is unfair to both teams because now it took Auburn's any opportunity to do some miraculous comeback of their own to win the game. So that was taken away. And then when Mississippi State wins, because we all know college football fans, at church yesterday and then today on sports radio, all the Auburn fans will say, well, that's what cost us the game. We didn't lose. Hey, and then now this 40 unanswered points and this comeback by Mississippi State is tainted because officials seem to be making ridiculous calls. Now, I guess here's what I think we all would agree. How many times on the show do we say this when we talk about the government or anybody in authority? If you'll just let us know what you want and be consistent with it, we'll try to adapt to it if you have the authority to make us.
Right.
Because at some point you're in charge. We have to do what you require. But here's the problem. No one really seems to know what a targeting call is. And just when you think you understand it, then they'll do another one and they'll say it wasn't targeting, and then they'll do one they say it was, and you're like, both of those don't seem to be right based on what you told us.
Yeah.
And now we're getting to the point where a defensive tackle sacking the quarterback, breaking free from a block, sacking the quarterback, and putting himself in a position that he can bat the ball down if the quarterback throws it, and if not, land on the quarterback and sack him. And now that's called a targeting because he lunged. Is that what?
Launched. I think
launched.
The term is launched.
But do you know?
I thought you had to hit with your.
Yeah, I thought you had to hit helmet on helmet.
Yeah.
And
it's launching and crown of helmet and all that.
Yeah, but the quarterback's not defenseless.
Factors.
The quarterback's not defenseless. He sees him coming.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. We all agree that it shouldn't have been called.
The heart of the idea is right, but the implementation of it has just got crazy.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Now, so you're referring
how
to
is
this
that?
call
How
here.
is that targeting?
How is that targeting?
Because they're saying because he jumped in the air.
Yes, he launched. He launched.
You know why you jump in the air? Because he may throw the ball.
How about that? That's not a dangerous tackle.
It's not dangerous.
There was nothing. Watch. There's nothing dangerous about it. It looks dangerous. I mean, it looks devastating. You look at it, really not.
Well, the only thing that's dangerous about it is his weight coming down on the quarterback. But how are we going to stop that in football?
Yeah, it's going to happen either way.
Right. And
to me, he had his head up.
Yeah.
Look,
he
his
hits him
head's
with
up.
his
He's with his
chest.
face past his chest.
He hits him with his chest.
That's ridiculous.
I thought that's how we're teaching tackling now to some degree.
That's to me. That's what you're supposed to do in today's world.
And we've been harping on this for a couple of seasons now.
How's that targeting?
Even if you call targeting,
right,
taking somebody out of the game, I think is a bad move because it changes things so much, and not in this game, but in others. It's too much of a penalty for such a subjective call. Yeah. Now there's some that are clear. Hey, I put my head down.
Sure.
I got you.
And like you said, I even understand why we're doing it.
And I think the launching was more of a launching into somebody with the crown of your helmet, not
if the helmet's not involved. Why call it?
Not I broke free and I'm jumping to in case the ball is thrown, I can put my hands up, and as you said, if not, I land on the quarterback. So it was.
I guess what I'm saying is, how in the world is a defensive line coach supposed to coach to his defensive line all across the country? Now, we can't do this.
So everything was good until you jumped up.
Now you keep in mind,
if he would have just run through him wide open, that would have been okay.
With no helmet
because
involved.
he and it wasn't much of a jump. I mean,
No,
it looked like he was just kind of breaking free of the people that may have had a hold of him down low or something. That is a major penalty that. And it was at a critical time. It was 3rd and like 20-something. Yeah. Went with the first down. I don't know that it would change the game, and that's not this discussion.
No, it's not.
But it's just
when you blow a lead like that.
It's just the whole targeting thing. Understand why we're doing it. I don't know how that was a danger to anybody on the field other than being tackled.
His head's clearly up. He's got his head up like they're telling you to do.
Yeah, if he'd have put his head down now, you got another discussion.
Right. And here's the thing.
I'm even okay with them throwing the flag just so they can review it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I was fully convinced, well, there's no way this is targeting. They'll pick up the flag.
I did too.
And I think the announcers even felt the same way. And then, of course.
I'll go this far. I love to do these kind of details.
I agree. You should have thrown the flag just to look at it.
I love to give these kind of details, and y'all will love this. One of the things I love to do is drink orange juice over crushed ice. So I had orange.
That is a good thing.
I had orange juice over crushed ice sitting over here on my right. Okay, sitting in the chair. I literally looked down, took a pop, and said, "All right, it's not targeting." And I thought to myself, they need to look at it.
Yeah.
But I took a pop, saying, "All right, well, that won't be targeting. Now let's see what happens."
Yeah.
But see what we have here. The problem. This is not. I'm not concerned about the effect on Auburn. I'm not concerned about the effect on Mississippi State. I'm concerned about the effect on football.
Yeah.
Because. Do you realize defensive linemen what they have to go through to even get to the quarterback?
To ever have a clean shot like that.
And so he's coming off blocks. His body's out of control. He's trying to get up to block the passer.
He's supposed to think all that.
He's supposed to think all that in seconds of, let me get my body right.
Get my head up, I don't want to launch.
Even though I just came through people who have knocked my body in all kinds of directions. Now I've got to get it under control. And then if I don't get there and he throws to the end zone, what happens to him on the sideline? Yeah. You can't let him throw that.
Exactly.
I mean, how did you not get to him? Well, I was trying to figure out how to position my body. Because you know what the guy thought? I guess as long as I don't hit him with my helmet and hit him with my chest, we're good. No, we don't like that launching. Well, how am I supposed to block a pass?
Everything else was textbook.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't either.
I just weep for the sport of football.
I saw a lot of these
because they're ruining it.
Targeting calls that were looked at, and they were looked at short period of time and came back and were like, it's not targeting. How it was even called, it was like they led with the shoulder pad, hit him in the chest, and it was called for targeting. It was just bizarre, but probably at least 3 or 4 that were picked up over the weekend. That were called.
Yeah, my whole thing of targeting to me was brought about because of more tackles on receivers. Right. Defensive. I mean, I get clean that. That needs to be cleaned
blocks.
up. Blindside blocks, even though it looks goofy what they did now, but I get it.
I had a son had to be taken to the hospital over a blindside block.
Yeah. I get it on those, but as usual, we go too far.
Yeah. So we just don't know where to stop.
Because the ones in the secondary are pretty obvious.
Yeah, and also and here's what you'll hate, and this is what I'm talking about the game. I don't know if I know you've been going to high school games. I don't know if you've been to any games this year. But I've talked to some people that have been. Have you been to one, Bubba? And he says what happens now in the stands, every single time somebody's tackled in the open field, everybody starts screaming target.
The same people who said, I hate this targeting stuff, they start screaming target.
No, that's exactly right.
You know why? You're just trying to get any advantage you can.
My friend said, and they scream it from 500 yards from the plate.
Yeah.
You know, targeting. And, but
like they had a great view of it.
But see, that's ruining the game because he said these are things that in the past the team on defense would have erupted and everybody would have said, oh, what a great football play.
Yeah.
But now it's like every single open field tackle, targeting. Every time
any good lick is targeting.
Anytime a receiver said targeting. And it's just ruining the game.
Yeah.
I mean, what we just saw was as pure football as you could see. It's not reckless. It's not out of control.
And how about this? Nobody was hurt.
No.
Nobody got hurt.
Not even close.
And look,
obviously it didn't hurt the quarterback. Well, he kept playing.
Yeah. Well, you just gotta be concerned about the game of football. I don't know where this is headed. I got an idea where it's headed.
There were some things that did benefit from these rulings, but now we're getting crazy.
Well, what great people are given the ability to decide things, and they I think that some of the referees now go, I got to be the next guy to do the right targeting call because I'm going to save football from injury. Yeah, and I'm out here and with my part-time job, and I'm about to decide this game. But but in this case, I'm not talking about the referees on the field. Because guess what? There was no flag on the play. Y'all do realize that. There was no flag on the play. The booth alone made that decision.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So
I didn't know that.
The officials on the field did not throw a flag.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us. All right. So as we make our way back, I know, and Speedy, you were part of it too. We gave you the warning on Friday, the game that Beth Mowens would be bringing you the play-by-play. We warned. Did you see the guy that was, I guess it might have been, I don't know where I saw this, where the guy said that he was trying to teach his daughter how to drive, and he had the show on, and he said, we're out there, and I'm a nervous wreck because I'm trying to keep my daughter from driving. All of a sudden, that siren went off of the warning of Beth Mowens, and he thought his daughter was getting pulled over. He was looking around. What the? So anyway, sorry about that. But anyway, just trying to warn. Mm-hmm. Well, look, let me tell you, Greg, Mama hey, you think she wasn't fired up to have a walk-off 62-yard? Are we using the word walk-off too much?
Well,
can you use that in football?
But that is a true walk-off there.
Okay.
I'm kicking it, and I'm walking off the field.
And you go to the sidelines, and the game's either won or lost.
Yeah.
You know?
So Texas Tech, I'm all right, trying to not be bad.
Beautiful Lubbock, Texas.
The Red Raiders.
Down here in the beauty of Iraq. Taking on Iowa State, which Iowa State's, a decent ball team, supposedly. So the Texas Tech kicker kicks a 62-yard field goal as time elapses, and Beth Mowens gets to call it.
Yes.
All right, so here it is.
Boy. 62 yards for the win.
Yards.
Jonathan Garibay, the boot is away, and it's good! Wow! Walk-off win for the Red Raiders, 62 yards!
Oh my
They can't believe it.
There they come. 62 yards.
Just watch the operation. Snap.
You're right, Kirk.
Hold the kick. We knew he had the distance when he kicked it, but did he have the accuracy? And boy, did he ever. With the club on the right hand.
It looks so
62
strange
yards.
when they put a ball down on the other side of the 50-yard line.
When the emblem of the team and you're holding it
on the other side.
Yeah. I mean, and you're kicking a field goal.
It was 62 yards.
62 yards.
The boot.
There was a lot of
the walk-off for the Raiders.
There's a lot of fans filming from like the stands
Red Raiders.
and seeing it
Red
from the side view.
Raiders.
To your point, when he kicked it from the 50.
Look at that shot, Speedy.
They're set up on the Texas Tech emblem.
Well, they're on their side of the 50.
Red Raiders in yards.
To 48.
Yeah.
Greg, you know what? It just hit me when I was doing that just then. There's a touch of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo in that. Let me tell you, Scoob.
She does, Greg. Yes. Give me Scoop one more time.
Let me tell you something, Scoob. All right, so there's a touch of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo in there.
Oh, it is.
And a Scooby snack, Scoob. That's it. There's a little bit of that in there.
And so I guess what do you add to it? And do it like a pirate too?
There's a little bit of pirate in Scooby-Doo.
Oh, boy.
It all starts with yards, though.
And like you said, Bubba,
yeah.
she gets to
62
say
yards.
yards and Red Raiders. Yards and Red Raiders, Scoob.
And boot.
The boot.
The boot.
And the boot. Walk off for the Texas Red Raiders.
There were just so many weird things going on Saturday. And then I looked up one time, and it looked like Sanford had hung 52 on the Florida Gator.
Yes, you are correct.
In the swamp.
That was crazy.
Is that right?
Correct me if I'm wrong, not being disrespectful to the Bulldogs, but it ain't like they're a great 1AA team this year, right? Don't they have like 5 losses?
You're right. I think they were 5-4, 4-5, something of that nature.
Nothing against them.
Well,
Yeah, but for a large portion of that game, they were leading.
listen, they couldn't stop them.
Yeah.
This is the
What is?
this is the text I got from
That's weird.
from
Did
Bro-
you see him afterwards
Yes.
again? He Mullen.
I don't know what's up with him.
Ever since you
what's
flubbed him
happened?
that day,
I
he
know.
hadn't been the
I
same.
wasn't going to bring it up, Greg.
Okay,
He's just bizarre. His press conferences
Yeah.
are bizarre.
so here's back when Brody thought Auburn was going to win. So
Okay.
here's what he sent to me. He said, for some reason he asked me how old I was. He couldn't remember. And he said, and then he says, "I'm sorry, my phone just decided to ask that. I didn't mean to ask you that because I was jumping around. I guess that's what it typed." He goes, we're actually moving the ball, which helps. And I said, by the way, I'm 57 and a solid BA. And he says, okay, Dad, good to know. Also, by the way, Sanford's beating Florida. And I was like, what? And so I
Florida, I know you scored 70-something, but you gave up 50-something.
Yeah.
To a middle of the pack one AA team this year. I mean, they've been good.
I know.
So Florida just got rid of Todd Grantham, right? Their defensive coordinator.
Evidently,
last
they
week.
didn't replace him. They forgot to put somebody.
Yeah, I
back in
started
their
to
spot.
say, did anybody pick up the headset, or they just leave it laying
You know,
there?
we fired him. We forgot to put somebody in his place.
By the way, this is Florida we're talking about. Florida.
I know.
Yeah. Hey, when they took Bama to the wire earlier this year, hey, they won the East last year, correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Took Bama to the wire. Everybody thought, hey. Yeah. Would you imagine where they're at?
Gators are back. Choppity chop chop.
Chip chop chip.
Wait, what's so weird about that is that all right? So they did a big. You were watching Game Day. They did a big story on this, and so I'm going off their reporting. But they said they were
Lee Corso.
They talked to other coaches and other teams that have played Florida, and said it's just not that. It's just the players seem, I don't know, unmotivated, undisciplined.
That's obvious.
Uninspired. It's weird because you play some of the other top tier teams and there's structure, there's discipline. You can tell they're well coached. Here, it just seems like it's just organized chaos.
Tell you what it is?
The strangest thing of all of it was seeing Florida dance in the locker room after they survived Sanford.
Yeah, see, that's embarrassing.
Dancing. And I mean really dancing hard, Rick, the whole team.
We should have left that part out.
With Mullins in the middle of them. After you survived.
Yeah. Wow.
What he's doing, and this shows
he fired his offensive line coach too.
He went from, and I just don't, in my mind either I'm misremembering, when he was at Mississippi State, I don't remember his personality being this way. He's the player's coach, fun-loving. I showed up at the press conference with a silly costume on one time. It's almost like he's changed his approach, and it's like he wants to be that buddy guy, and I'm sharp and I'm funny. I don't know.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I don't either.
Can I tell you what he also is? He's
I
also
wear funny shoes.
Can I tell you who he is a little bit too? He's the guy from Saddam Hussein that kept saying we weren't landing in Iraq.
Exactly. He is. You're right. He acts like they're having a great
Bob.
year.
He's Baghdad Bob. He always acts like, what are you talking about? We're fine.
Yeah, I can't understand why. He gave up 50-something to Sanford.
You're not. You're really not.
You're all over that.
Yeah. Because can I tell you what it is? And we said it last week when you were out, and you just confirmed it, seeing something I didn't even see. It feels like he's lost the team. You know that feeling you talk about a coach, you say the coach has lost the team. It's like it's all just kind of.
You know what it
and I don't
really
know how he
feels
keeps
like,
surviving.
Rick?
I guess they just don't want to mess us up.
It feels like Alabama and Georgia have sucked up all the players that are any good at all.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, they got people
They're on the bench
that's playing fourth string that could be starting at another SEC school.
Before they had scholarship limitations when Bear Bryant would sign everybody, just so he didn't have to play
sign
against
150.
And they also said that recruiting is the lifeline of every program. I mean, it just keeps it going, and their recruiting is just
how
not,
they looking for next year? Anybody?
Low.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
And how hard is it to recruit to Florida? That's what
Could be worse.
I tell you, they're both.
We brought it up last week, Speedy. Florida State's not getting them. Miami's not getting them.
I mean, they're all going to Georgia or Alabama.
Some of y'all that love socialism, this will be the time, to Bubba's point and Speedy, you just go to Alabama and Georgia and you say, hey, guys, this isn't fair.
Yeah.
We need y'all second and third team guys to go play for some of these other teams.
We're going to limit y'all to 5 stars. You can only have so many.
Right. All right, top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, this will be an easy one. If you want to get this show fired up, just start talking about bacon. And, let me tell you something. If you taste the bacon from moinkbox.com, you'll order it right now. Trust me on this. But for now, we love it. We're getting to taste it. It's delicious. And I'm telling you, go to Moink, that's M-O-I-N-K, moinkbox.com, and get the best bacon that you have ever tasted. And also want you to check out what they've got in steaks. Man. Order it right now. Look, it's so delicious. You'll be eating these steaks, and you can't believe the quality. They deliver grass-fed, grass-finished beef and lamb, pastured pork and chicken, wild-caught Alaskan salmon right to the door, helping family farms become financially independent outside of what we've been talking about, Bubba, Big Ag. You got to watch Big Ag. Let's take up for the local farmer here. You know it's delicious, and we've got an opportunity for you right now. Go to moinkbox.com/Bubba right now. Join the Moink movement, and you're going to get free ground beef for 1 year. Free ground beef for an entire year. That's 1 year of the best ground beef you've ever tasted, but this is for a limited time. So take that code Bubba, go to moinkbox.com and to the URL, moinkbox.com/Bubba, and get free ground beef for a year and enjoy all the delicious food available at moinkbox.com. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. We thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here. And we thank you for being with us. All right, so let's welcome back old Bill Bubba Bus. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here. We were just talking a little college football. There's a lot of teams seem to be imploding right now. Or, the standard term now is dumpster fire.
There it is.
And but as even the ones that we've covered today, and there's been several, none look as bad as Texas right now. 5 losses in a row.
Guys lost to Kansas.
And it's on, and you're headed into the SEC West.
Look, I'm gonna be honest.
I got news for you. There ain't no Kansas in the SEC West, boys. Huh?
Nobody.
You're coming to the meat grinder.
Yeah.
If you're Sark or whatever his name is, nobody expected you to win the title this year, or
No.
even the conference. But this is unacceptable.
Yeah,
you can't be that bad.
No, you can't be that bad. It's
even in your first year.
yeah. You get.
I'm not saying get rid of him, but I'm just saying when this season's over, you go, okay, that didn't go like we thought it would.
How can so many teams be absolutely falling apart? I mean, it seems like there's just a long list of them that are underperforming.
You want to.
Is it back to Alabama and Georgia's just sucking the whole country dry of players? Is that what it is?
Well,
Greg and I were just talking. If we had the extended playoff this year, we'd have a bunch of sucky teams in.
Yeah.
We would.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you,
a bunch
hey,
of good.
I hate to tell you,
Been a while since I heard the word sucky.
Yeah.
you may not,
I got it from Greg.
That drives the point home.
You may not have much of a first round as it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Greg, shouldn't you be concentrating on the diversity of Sesame Street?
Boy, I tell you what. I never thought about it until I looked at that picture. And I went, he's not white.
That was very, very funny.
Is he?
The postman was blue.
I know.
But anyway, so
They act like that there's white people all at Sesame Street. There ain't a white person on there. They're either orange or yellow or
apparently puppets.
Blue?
Puppets had they. How about this? The puppet,
now we have a Korean one.
How about this? The puppets were diverse. They were all a bunch of different colors.
They were.
And who do you want them to add?
What I call him? Honky Hank.
Golly,
When they just won, and Gary would be the voice for Honky Hank.
Hey, my name is Honky Hank. Welcome to Sesame Street. Brought to you by the letter A.
That's it. That's what I want. That's what you want, right?
Yes.
And we got him driving in a skid steer.
Yeah, he's got his own
comes in.
kids love mechanized equipment.
Hey, Bert and Under, let me tell you something. If you just let my stitch gear in here on Sesame Street, I can move that down there.
I'm Honky Hank.
Hey, so welcome to Sesame Street. I'm Honky Hank, brought to you by the letter A and the number 4. Today, little children, we'll talk about trying to think you can have something.
Oh, Rick, that's awesome.
That is so good.
Yeah,
I mean, I just,
right.
That's a story today. It's out.
Make a big
No,
deal.
Greg's point was 100% solid. I mean, if you want to go to the Muppet Show, they begin to develop, like the 2 old men and all this kind of stuff. But the Sesame Street, it's always been blue, yellow, orange, green.
Rick, what characters appear to be human are orange.
Right.
The others are clearly monsters.
Yeah.
That's easy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the ones that appear to be human are not, but they're not white.
But even that little round-headed postman who played a bunch of different characters, he was blue.
Yeah, he's blue.
Yeah. So anyway.
Counts blue?
I thought it was
Counts purple.
Counts purple.
Purple, that's right. Cookie Monster's blue.
Yes, he is.
Hey,
Grover's blue.
Hey, I'm gonna take
Elmo red.
Hey, if y'all want to go, I'm gonna take Cookie Monster and Grover, and we're gonna head down to Lake Mitchell.
I wonder how him and Oscar would get along. Not good.
Well, I mean, I don't like his disposition.
His what?
He put a fake snake in his
His
trash
disposition. He ain't never in a good mood.
In a bad mood.
He's got a bad dispensation.
Rick, and every now and then, Honky Hank would show up with a dumb bull and scare everybody.
Today, kids, I'm gonna scare everybody like they thinking there's a big thing called Bigfoot. Looks kind of like that bump over there.
Looks kind of like Ralph running through the woods.
Somebody reach out to Sesame Street. We got something for
No,
him.
you know what, Greg, can I tell you what it is? This is all part of the fake world. This is pretend. There's not. We're acting like there's a problem we don't even have.
I know.
See,
that's so true.
Kind of like white truck drivers. Mm-hmm. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, there's a story
Tell
about
me that
that
story's
too.
not real.
Oh, yeah. I saw the video. I was scratching my head going, what? What are you
talking about? A stretch. I mean, we're trying to turn everything into
Everything.
So now we're afraid of white truck drivers because they drive aggressively?
Because they're most over 55 and we're all Trump supporters, and they drive aggressively, cutting people off and refuse to help.
So
that's MSNBC.
Are they now using their truck to go get people? Or
Rick,
I would say the 55-year-olds are probably driving as safe as anybody out there because they don't want to damage their rig.
That's right. This is
they
all,
work
again,
very
it's
hard
the
to pay
fake
for.
world you were talking
Yeah,
about. It's a
right.
fake problem.
We're guys, and we got some real problems. Some
They're
real,
talking about-
Real problems.
we don't have to do fake.
I too, we're gonna hear the soundbite of the economics reporter
Bubba.
from NBC.
Oh, Bubba.
Yeah.
And I heard her when she said this on another show, and I was like, you know how you'll be doing something in the room, you hear it, and you go, what? I'm amazed, really, at what's out there right now. Just amazed.
Well,
I mean, you go from being panicked and scared to going, this is just bizarro. What some of you people, y'all don't know anything.
Well,
I mean, did you have 8th grade civics?
Yeah,
Mrs. Robinson wouldn't put up with this kind of answer.
Yeah, and we got Mr. Wonderful talking to Bill Maher about inflation. Neither one of those are known to be.
You got to hear Janet. Is it Yellen?
Yeah, we'll do that next
With the Fed,
Yeah.
you got to hear that.
Yeah.
Treasury Secretary.
Yeah, well, I want to hear that, and I want to hear Mr. Wonderful and Bill Maher talking about it because some of this, there's no politics tied to any of this. Economics does not have a political view.
Elon is trolling Bernie, which I love.
Fantastic. We'll take that all day long. But and we've said this 1,000 times, the problem for the children's story, The Boy Who Cried Wolf, when you see things we make up fake problems, then people think all problems are fake and they don't take real problems
There it
seriously.
is.
Right.
Like you just said, I went from a point of being concerned, then I'm like, well, if this is what we got going on, we must be all right. I mean, really, we're concerned about white truck drivers driving mean.
Well, they were Trump supporters, Rick.
Where'd they get
But again, they got to fuel a problem at y'all's point that's not there.
Well,
Rick, they cut people off, and they're also not very helpful.
they're not helpful.
Something like that. Am I
Look,
reading it wrong?
no, but look, I'm going to
Did
tell
I
you
say
right
they're not
now,
very helpful?
I've been on the road a lot here recently, going
Yeah.
back and forth. I don't know how some of you truck drivers make it. Your patience has to be people cutting y'all off, and it's a mess. It really is. It's a true mess. And look, I know it all starts with slow left lane drivers. It does. And everybody starts to
Oh, I
panic.
saw some.
And everybody starts to try to get around it. And
Hall
I don't
of
know what
Famers.
these people are doing. I want to pull them over and interview them. We've talked about that. But, I mean, I've seen a lot of truck drivers just trying to keep it on the road.
Oh, yeah. I give them respect. I give them their.
Oh, look, there's
their
some bad
ring.
apples in the group.
Yeah,
I don't,
sure.
I don't
Especially
deny
the
that,
white
but
ones.
I
Yeah.
would say
But what did Donnie Osmond say about that?
Yeah, right.
you don't let one bad apple
Right.
spoil a whole bunch of girls.
No, you don't.
No.
One.
Look,
bad
there's
apple.
a couple that get in the left lane thinking they can get around another truck,
And
and
it doesn't work
it
out.
doesn't work out, and they just sit there beside
And
each
that
other.
aggravates me a
It
little
does,
bit.
it
But I go,
does.
you know what? That big old truck, sometimes you just can't judge.
Yeah,
Well,
you can't.
but sometimes when you're coming up to the mountain, you know, come
Yeah.
on. You know, you see the mountain out there,
And your buddy won't
See
get
it?
out of it and let you over. But
No.
they're at each other. He's like, it's your fault you jumped that lane. I'm not giving my momentum.
Yeah,
up.
that can be
But
frustrating.
you got to
It
wind
can.
them babies up.
But I've been past a lot of trucks. I've seen that particular problem. I've looked in the driver's seat, and you know the diversity of that problem. It's not just mean white truck drivers.
No.
It is
Now,
just
as far as
sometimes
refusing to
any
help-
truck driver can misjudge a heel.
That's right.
Of course, now
Sure.
you know y'all should know the roads better than us, as y'all said. Just sneak up on you, but you know y'all know this road pretty well.
Yeah.
But
Now, is it just in California? Or was it a national thing with them trying to lower the age of truck drivers to 18?
Yeah, because they
Was
didn't
that-
have any.
Right,
Yeah.
from 21 to 18.
I think it was nationwide.
All right, picture this.
I don't know that
I
we-
was talking to my dad a
We're
lot.
because an 18-year-old today is really a 14-year-old.
Yeah,
Yeah,
picture.
pitch the keys to an 18-year-old.
That's
Tell him to
true.
give
You're
one
all
of them,
over
one of
that,
them
for sure.
double deckers and haul it
So
around.
my dad, as a senior in high school, drove the school bus or a school
Oh, yeah,
bus.
that was a common thing for
It was a
that-
common
for
thing.
that
Now
generation.
picture. Now I would have Reese right now driving a school bus full of kids. I'm just picturing that right now.
That's scary.
Back to
Yeah,
my
it is
point.
very scary.
Yeah.
But yeah, they did that. They pulled it off. I mean, you know, so back then maybe I don't know about now.
Not now.
Not now.
Not
No,
now.
no, I
Now,
don't
what
know
we
about
have
that.
now is we have, unfortunately, we have young males trapped forever in infancy. They're not growing up like they once did.
No.
Yeah.
You know, locally maybe just right around a little certain area maybe. I don't know about long hauls. I don't know about
Not
that.
in the metro area.
No.
15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll come back. We'll play some of those clips we talked about when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we start another week together. Willamette back in play. All right, so a couple of sound clips and videos for you here. This involving the current state of the economy and inflation, and then we're going to talk about inflation and.
Can I just say something about Kevin O'Leary? You know him from Shark Tank.
Yeah, Mr. Wonderful.
What a great name. I think he gave himself that name.
He did.
If I remember correctly.
He
he said, don't you want to deal with Mr. Wonderful
And
one time? And it stuck.
And it stuck.
What a great nickname to have that you gave yourself.
Oh, yeah.
a good one.
Yeah, I've tried to give myself nicknames. They didn't stick.
But big Papa.
Large.
Sometimes I came home a few times and said, "Hey, Big Sexy's home."
He's home.
And,
Didn't stick.
that didn't stick.
Jigsaw.
You're right. Yeah, I love Jigsaw. But anyways, let me say when you know when it sticks, when Adler comes and says, "Now when I play the Mr. Wonderful clip," that's when it sticks.
Yeah.
Serious voice.
Yeah.
All right, so you want to start with Stephanie Rule or Mr. Wonderful?
Let's start with Mr. Wonderful because I think it will set up a lot of the insanity of the latter comment.
So Kevin O'Leary of Shark Tank is on with Bill Maher, who is starting to agree with us more and more, and it makes me feel strange. But anyway, so he's going to explain. Bill Maher's going to talk a little bit about the supply chain, but then Kevin O'Leary is going to say, well, let me talk to you why we have inflation and all that and what's going to happen if we do the spending bill. So here is Kevin O'Leary, I guess, on the Bill Maher show. Is that right? All right, whatever that show's called. All right, here we go.
Okay, so I don't understand how some factors of the economy seem to be doing so well. The stock market, still through the roof. Unemployment is less than 5%. They used to say 5% was the goal, and this is after a pandemic. So why are we having like this supply chain problem? If those factors are doing well, why can't we get stuff off the ships, trucking, shelves empty? What is that?
I live that problem every day. I've got investments in over 30 companies, and we're having major problems with supply chain because countries that we took product and services from in the past pre-pandemic have not recovered the same way America has right now. They still don't have everybody vaccinated. They have all kinds of issues that are keeping their supply and their factories shut down. So it's really hard to get parts. And as a result, that's half the reason we have inflation. Regarding the stock market, you print $3.5 trillion free dollars, put it in a helicopter, and throw it down into the country. You're darn right the stock market's going to go up. So is the watch market, so is the wine market, so is the car markets. Anything that's a hard asset has exploded to the upside. Everything, because money is free.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. I mean, look, 8th grade civics, what causes inflation?
Right.
Not much supply and a whole lot of money.
That's correct.
That's what drives it up. It's no more complicated than that.
And
look, here's the good news. If you were this girl we're about to hear from and you're told, go out there and find something good in this. Tell America something good. What you told them wasn't really that good.
So
what you should have said, hey, it ain't as bad as Jimmy Carter.
Right, that's all you can really say. Now, I understand that America has forced you to eat a Nutty Buddy bar.
Yeah, I had to have one. I was so distraught.
Thanks, America.
Thanks, America, and various sports teams.
Serious straight face. Walked in. I said, oh, Nutty Buddy before breakfast. He said, it's America's fault. America made me do it.
He needed something to lift him.
I had to have some turn of events. Right. The plane was headed into the trees.
Bubba's answer to America and a few teams he pulls for, processed foods.
Yes.
You know it.
Processed sugar.
They make him happy, Rick.
So here she comes, Bub. I'm glad you've already had your Nutty Buddy bar pre-breakfast because Stephanie Rule is about to really frustrate you.
Yeah, this is some really deep thinking here to pull out this.
All right, here we go.
This.
And the dirty little secret here, Willie, while nobody likes to pay more, on average, we have the money to do so. Household savings hit a record high over the pandemic. We didn't really have anywhere to go out and spend. And as we said a moment ago, we're expecting retail sales this holiday season to break records. For those who own their homes, the value of our homes are up. And while the stock market isn't the economy, you got over half of American households with some investment in the markets, and the markets have hit record highs.
We got the money to afford it, so it's okay.
So
that justifies having
So
to pay it.
we have inflation.
Somebody get a Swiss roll.
The most we've had in 30 years.
Right.
Okay. Inflation. Let's just review quickly, students, what inflation is.
Here we go.
That means the dollar in your pocket is now worth 96 cents. Okay, or 94 cents.
94
in this
cents,
case.
yeah.
Which is not good.
And it's robbing you of your value.
Right.
But somehow that's okay because your savings is up. You saved during the pandemic.
Yeah.
Really?
That's kind of like
we have it. Just in case y'all are wondering.
I started to say, who are these people?
Who are these people that are stacking up the money during the pandemic?
And home values are up, which is great unless you're trying to buy one.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
There's always two sides to these coins, see?
Yeah.
So
You sell yours and you go, wait a minute, I got to buy one.
You got to have somewhere to live.
I did real good,
Wow,
but now I can't buy anything close to what I had.
Exactly.
I'm back to where all this savings
That's inflation, folks.
Would y'all agree it's hard to be building up savings if your business is shut down?
Right.
That makes it tough.
And you've been deemed non-essential? Where's all this wealth that you said we
Let me
accumulated
ask you
during the
this.
pandemic?
Let me ask you this. If everybody's got savings, if everybody's doing good, why are we printing money like the Mad Hatter and giving it out?
There you go.
Anybody?
Yeah.
Help me. Stephanie Rule, I know you're a highly trained economics person, so help me
Well,
on
you
that.
can tell
one.
that.
You could put your
Probably
arms
never ran a
around
lemonade stand.
You could put your arms around some groceries we just bought on the counter. Okay, so that's not a lot.
No.
And Terry was like, "You want to know how much that costs?"
I know it's crazy.
It's $125.
Yeah.
Wow. If you can find it. If you can find it.
Well, we talked about it last week, and it's pretty much locking down. Whatever a tank of gas was for you, it's now $20 more. $20
Yes.
more to fill up.
Correct.
And my friends, just wait. You haven't seen anything yet.
Mm-mm. You realize that $20 hitting you every time you fill up, more than what you were doing.
Yeah, because you fill up a lot.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah, I
fill
bet
up
you
a
do.
whole
I
lot.
bet you do.
I do.
I do. I had people that were
Thank
shocked.
goodness I got wealthy during the pandemic so I can cover it.
Amen. Yeah. Our business was only off about 40%. We were just stacking up the wealth everywhere.
Yeah, I don't follow that one.
Yeah.
I'd like to see your sources on that study.
That's
I'm gonna have
Well, it's
to
a dirty
say
little
it.
secret. She said.
It's a dirty little secret. People don't like to talk about it. You know why they don't like to talk
It is
about
a
it?
dirty little secret. It's so secret nobody knows it.
Right, yeah.
Because nobody has it.
I'll tell you this:
Except
it was a well kept secret.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It's almost a made up secret.
Right.
That's what it is.
So
it's wishful thinking secrets.
what it looked like to me is our economy completely shut down. People were like, "Oh my gosh, how are we going to pay our bills?" That's how it felt.
Right.
You know, and and lot of people's livelihood never recovered. Yeah, we act like that. Everybody just came back. They really didn't.
No, the only people who got rich were the toilet paper people. Now they did really well.
And the grocery store.
Do we have time for Janet
hardware place
yelling here? Do we have time, or we're going to be up against hard break?
We do not have time now.
We come back. Want to hear from her, the Treasury Secretary.
Oh, buddy.
And she kind of slips up here a little bit and tells you what's really happening. But she'll be in trouble for this.
She is going to be in trouble.
She let it out. I mean, really, it's again, you've been sent out there, and they say, put lipstick on this pig and sell it. And there's just so much you can do. And eventually, she just finally said, nah, can't do it.
How'd she say it?
That's right.
That's right. We'll come back.
The term she used was quite depressed.
I know. But you're right. At least she's talking a little straight upness there for a minute.
At least you're not delusional like that other girl was. All that savings y'all got.
Yeah.
I'd like to know the number of people who just has a bumper crop of savings to meet the inflation.
Yeah. It's a dirty little secret, Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
mypillow.com/Bubba. It's a new URL we put together. That way, it takes you right where you need to be. mypillow.com/Bubba. They're offering their premium bed pillows for just $29.98 right now. That's a $40 savings, the lowest price ever. Plus MyPillow slippers in whatever size, style, or color you want for 50% off. Giza Dream bed sheets and flannel sheets are also 50% off. And they just added bathrobes, sleepwear, and quilts to the ever-growing product line in an array of great colors and styles that are outstanding. Check them out at mypillow.com/Bubba. Save yourself 30%. Also, if you'd like to see an anti-Amazon option, what else can I do, Rick? Well, try My Store. It's available at mypillow.com. My Store shows you entrepreneurs that are trying to get their great products to you, the public, and Mike Lindell and his staff is helping. mypillow.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you want to play one more here. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen.
Yes, she slips up here, Rick. Maybe in trouble because she let a little truth out here.
Oh, okay. Let's see what she says. Is this when she comes clean a little bit about the state of the workforce?
Mm-hmm.
Strong. And the supply of workers is not back up to normal.
Right.
People labor force, unemployment is low, and labor force participation is quite depressed relative to pre-pandemic levels.
Mm-hmm.
I think part of it reflects concerns about COVID and exposure to COVID, especially in jobs that involve public-facing activities.
Quite depressed.
So
the job market.
The job market is quite, yeah. She didn't add, I noticed, people are getting paid to stay home and do nothing.
Yeah, well, that's part of it. That's
she didn't.
That's really a bigger part of it.
I noticed that was left out.
What she was mentioning there.
Not there.
But there is some problems, and as you heard with Mr. Wonderful a minute ago, the question is, well, it seems like things ought to be going good. Why are they not?
Right. Well, it's because the left creates a utopian world that isn't real, and they don't know why everybody doesn't love their world that they've created.
Yeah, the old universal income idea. You could see how that would really work good.
Well, do you remember?
Do you remember why the Soviet Union fell? Do you remember when they fell apart? What happened?
Yeah.
There was no bread in the bread stores. Nothing, but especially bread. That's kind of where it all finally broke.
Do you remember John?
Where they go,
Panett?
there's no stuff here.
Do you remember John Panett's bit about that?
Oh, yeah.
Standing in line that long for bread. That better be great bread. Yeah. I mean, I want to see people coming out saying, have you had the bread? But
you know, the thing is, the socialist communist idea is everybody is the same, but everybody's not the same. You want everybody to be treated with the same fairness, but the outcomes are going to be different because people's motivations are at different levels at different times for different reasons. So you can't make an artificial everybody comes out the same on the end because it won't work.
Right.
It won't work because the people who are actually doing the work will quit and go, why do it? You're going to take everything that I make. Now, if you can reap some of the own benefits of what you're making, they will work. So we've seen it fail. I don't know why we're trying to repeat so much of it. Very strange.
It is. I guess who was it? Was it Reagan on his second term that said this is a very simple campaign message? Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
That's it. That's exactly it. That was the campaign.
So I think
it won 49 states.
Yeah.
49.
I think
including New York and California. Rick, can you even? No, is that even a concept now?
So I guess you can go back to the Build Back Better. Does your life better than it was? You know, I'm talking about the things in your life that matter. Does it feel better than it did, even in a pandemic under the other way we were doing things? So anyway, I mean, and you have to answer that for yourself. Greg, I can't believe that this is true, but did I hear you say that you hosted a yard sale this week?
Yeah, we had a yard sale. We're remodeling Lisa's dad's house that we're eventually going to put on the market, but we got some stuff and then some of Mom's stuff. Mom and Dad downsized, so we had a lot there. So we said, Lisa and them said, let's have a yard sale, and I was really excited about it. Anyway, so I decided to, I'm going to embrace it. So, I mean, I got out there and I was the greeter when you come up, and I took you through the products, hey, Well, I want 2. You're offering me 1. I mean, come on. If it just has $2, I'll just pay $2.
Well, they want to barter with you, Greg.
Wait a minute. Did you become?
I had a Bear Bryant picture that we had to, do a little negotiating.
Did you do a little haggling?
Yeah, he got in his car left, turned around, came back.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You became a yard sale haggler?
I did.
And
we nicknamed this guy Jimmy because he looked like his name would be Jimmy.
Right.
So here comes Jimmy back. And he had bought a bunch of different little stuff. And that Bear Bryant picture, at first I said $10. He was like, I don't know about that. $10. So he left.
Then he came back.
He came back.
He don't think
we settled on 5.
But I got to go back to this again. You were you, Greg Burgess.
I was, yeah. Hey, what you looking for? What you got? Come on back. I got furniture back here in the back if you want to look at. Thought I had it sold.
My baby brother was a yard sale greeter.
Yes.
And you were that guy out there ready to make a deal?
I was ready to make a deal.
Bill Bubba Bussy.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you who loves a yard sale, and that's the Hispanic people. They love a yard sale.
He goes again.
They do.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
No,
they do.
no.
We had communication problem was my point with a lot of them.
How'd you need the Google Translate app?
I did. But
tried to tell you.
Did you just put O on the end of everything?
Yeah, I did. Kind of like Dan. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, we had a language barrier, but we got it done.
Did you go with just holding up fingers?
Like Jimmy tried to offer, like $2 on a candle. Candles are expensive. These old scented ones.
Yeah.
You want to talk down too. And I got to give my sister-in-law Pat. She goes, "Hey, look, that's a $12 candle."
Right.
And he was like, "Oh," and this lady beside him confirmed it. "Oh yeah, candles are very expensive." So he went ahead and paid $2 for them.
Did you find
$2
yourself kind of easily going down on the price and then get in trouble?
Yeah.
Did you get in trouble?
I get stuff out of there. I got at least called me in a couple times. Say, "Look, you're gonna have to hold your prices a little higher." But
because you just wanted it gone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but I'd walk through. We had a step you had to watch. I didn't want nobody falling.
So was the furniture where it kind of bogged down? Those were harder sales.
They're hard sales because you can't. I'm not giving that away for $5. You know.
Yeah.
But we did sell. We sold some of the furniture.
Really?
Your best bet on the furniture is online. Selling online.
Yeah, you marketplace guy now?
Listen, I'm telling you.
But I'm trying to go back to this because
I enjoyed it. I may have found a new column. I may start doing professional yard sales.
No. I know for a fact.
Like a yard sale auctioneer.
Right.
Let me tell you the ones that have got it
Greg,
figured
the
out.
yard sale
when
greeter.
you buy these booths and you put your stuff in it and they charge you a booth fee and then they get a cut of what you sell, those are popping up everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to get me one of them, but I'm going to work the room while I got it going.
You know,
what are you looking for? How you doing? Get you some hot chocolate over there.
Oh, had some hot chocolate.
No, it's been a good idea.
That's in your expansion.
Yeah, that's later. I was just dipping.
Picture this. We developed.
I was miserable. Not miserable. I wasn't excited about being there. And all of a sudden I looked. I said, well, let me give this thing a chance. I actually enjoyed it.
You didn't enjoy it.
I did.
Think about all the other
Rick
things you would
haggling
enjoy
over
if you give it a
$3.
shot like that.
That's a good point.
Look at
Rick
me.
haggling over a $3 candle. Yeah, you gonna beat that.
Well, for the whole whole Saturday, what you bring in?
Oh, it wasn't a lot. I don't know. I wasn't in charge.
It was a lot less stuff.
It wasn't
to
bad.
haul off of you.
No. It wasn't bad.
He was just a greeter.
It wasn't bad at all. I mean,
Greg, picture this. We
You
developed.
wasn't in accounting.
No, they wouldn't let me in that.
Picture me doing.
And I'd help you put stuff in the car too.
Yeah. Oh wow, Stuffer. Yeah. Picture me doing this. And if you want Greg to come be the greeter at your yard sale, just go Greg to yardsaleGreeter.com.
What I love, Rick. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Is the games they play? How much you want for that? I'll take 10. Ooh, Rick, walk off. Start looking at the stuff, and all of a sudden they'll come back over it. Are you sure 10's what you want? Rick and Jimmy's got in his car, left, and then came back.
Jimmy.
Yeah, we called him Jimmy because that looked like his name was Jimmy.
Well, did you never, as a yard sale greeter, take the time to know what his name was?
No, I didn't.
Right, yeah.
I should. I'm going to work on that.
Seems like that could have been part of it.
But that, and I had one guy get in. I called him the customer of the day. He just started. He wasn't haggling the price. He was grabbing just stuff, and you would look at him and go, "There's no way he would want this." He must have, Lisa said, what it is. He knows what he can get for it, and he's grabbing them. He's going to go somewhere and sell them because, there was no rhyme or reason to what he was doing. He would grab. He walked in just, I'll take this, I'll take this, I'll take, and he'd have like $15 worth, and he'd look and go, how much for that? And I'd say $5. He'd go, here, take this whole $20. Bought a big cabinet.
That's a guy that knows what he's doing.
But that's fine because I got what I needed. And if he can make money off of it, good for him.
Greg, did you have anybody show up like Friday night or early Saturday and just offer you one money for the whole thing?
No, I was hoping for that because I've heard of that.
Well, I love the one money people.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
But Lisa put me to work. She was in charge, her and Pat, her sister, and I was just the hired help. But I actually enjoyed it.
Oh, that means she's listening.
Yeah,
no, I did.
Hey, Lisa.
Y'all watch.
Morning, Lisa.
I'm gonna roll this into something.
So you're saying you had a bad attitude first, though?
I did, but it was a beautiful day.
It really was beautiful.
What turned it?
The Beautiful Day. I enjoy watching people haggle over $2 stuff.
I think the Beautiful Day got us off to a good start.
Oh, it did. I love how people
when they
act
Warriors
like
win under his belt.
Oh yeah,
that's right. That was a big one.
Yeah.
But listen, they had. I love though when they played like I don't know, and you think he's gonna come back to that, and then they come back and go, "What about 3? 4, you got a deal."
Were you kind of making it up as you went, or did you know what you wanted to get for it?
I was making. I'll be honest with you. I should have been a little more hard line.
Is that what Lisa
I got
said?
more? I got more concentrating on moving product.
Yeah.
than they did, and I should have concentrated a little more. But I'm just learning, Rick. This was my first one.
But
You
I'm
like those
still,
empty tables.
I'm still back.
But I tell you what, I made them feel like they were my friend, and I was glad they came. They kind of were my friend. Now, the language barrier on some of them,
Wait a minute.
and they'll wear a mask.
Who are you?
You hear me?
Yeah.
The Hispanic community will wear a mask.
It's on
too.
it's on your hotkeys on the bottom row.
I'm hearing.
Greg, I don't think you have to keep referring to any community.
No, but I'm just saying that I met a lot of people I had a hard time communicating with.
They're my friends.
Yeah.
Right.
That's my whole attitude. And they were. I was glad they were there. Me and Jimmy. Oh, let me tell you, these guys, you love these guys. Their wives with them, and they come and they go, "You got any guns or knives?" He said, "That's kind of what I'm looking for." I said, "No, I ain't got none out here. You got any at home you want to sell?" I said, "No, I kind of hang on to what I got." He goes, "Well, if you got them now, let me know." He said, "Because that's what I'm looking for."
So, Bubba, we're asked to believe that Greg got up on Saturday morning, his sleep-in day, after going to a ball game on Friday night, and that he was a joyful yard sale greeter.
Yeah. Hey, you think a Dale Earnhardt picture didn't bring something?
Oh, my God. I bet you got rid of that
That
quick.
Bear Bryant painting. That was a hot item.
I bet it
Greg,
was.
I think I need to have you over to my house.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm
going
ready.
through a cleaning out process.
I'm ready. I'm going to start doing it every weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
8 minutes to the top of the hour.
I can't start another.
We're back. I just, there's so many things happening now that I can't wrap my mind around. And one of them is what Greg just told us he did Saturday. I can see him begrudgingly doing it, but claiming he was joyful and high energy.
Did he start out begrudgingly, and then as it went along, he got better?
I don't know, Bubba. I think we've seen a Christmas miracle. So there you are.
So many this year.
Hey, I know that Helmsy's already talked about earlier in the program, thanking the folks at where was it in Gunnersville you were last night?
First United Methodist Church, Gunnersville, Alabama.
Gunnersville, Alabama, my wife's hometown, and they're starting the discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Helmsy was at their Man Church last night. I was in beautiful Bubba, Cherokee County. Just rolling up there.
Alabama.
I mean, rolling up there on a nice fall day. Got the fall colors, Weiss Lake, just rolling over the lake, checking all that out.
I see it.
Beautiful, beautiful part of the world. And had the opportunity to go to Pine Grove Baptist Church. Thank you. We have actually a transitional pastor, and he was laughing about that. Let me tell you about this. He says, which means I'm not a real pastor, and everybody started laughing.
Right.
So Michael Young, Sherry and I were at the beach years ago. So think about how things work. So sometimes if you'll have this, I know, when you go down the lake, there's options to go to like church by the lake. And if you're at the beach where we go, there's churches down there, that operate, and our tourists are there and all this. Mm-hmm. And so Sherry and I, down at Rosemary Beach one time, she said, well, look, this is a beautiful little chapel. Let's get up Sunday morning, go over and go to church. And we go over there. Mm-hmm. And the guy, I go in there. I think I told you, I just don't remember, it's years ago. So I'm down there, I go in there, and the guy who is the pastor for the beach church at Rosemary Beach is from like Gadsden, and so from that area in Cherokee County up that way. So Michael Young now, he reaches out and says, by the way, we're together again. And I said, you got to be kidding me. He goes, I'm up here at Pine Grove now as their transitional pastors. They're about to search for a new pastor. So anyway, we had a man church. They have already gone through all 40 weeks of the Pursuit curriculum and are about 10 weeks into the second curriculum. Real Men of the Bible. So they are one of those places that says, hey, we can tell you what this has been doing for our church. Mm-hmm. There were other churches there that also have started doing the Pursuit, and they were telling us some great feedback. So this was kind of almost like a celebration that, hey, this is really rolling, and the men are real serious about it. And certainly there were visitors that were there too, but Keith Tolbert is kind of overseeing the men's ministry there at Pine Grove Baptist Church, and they met some other folks from like Grace Point. They were there. They're also doing it. And it was just a great night of worship. How about we had a kid, Jonathan, I can't think of his last name. We had a kid that came all the way from Tulsa, Oklahoma to lead worship. Drove 10 hours.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm like, I went to Keith and I said, I'm not sure that was necessary.
Wow.
I mean, we can't find somebody closer to play guitar and take us through some praise and worship
Can
songs?
we get somebody off Weiss Lake?
Yeah, I mean, surely we got somebody can pick over here at Weiss Lake, don't we?
Yeah, come on.
But Bubba,
10 hours.
So I got to spend time with the guys and have dinner, and took a friend of mine with me that's was kind of saying, hey, I want to see what this is all about, and so he got to see that Southern hospitality. He's kind of new, only been to Alabama about 2 years, and I said, if you want to see Alabama, you go with me to Cherokee County for a men's event. Come on. And so we had had great food and got to spend time with all the. You think they didn't have stories to tell? Ooh. I just sat around, just listened to the old men talk and the young guys listen, and just had a great time. It was just a wonderful evening, and it was a very, very good service, and I was honored to be part of it. So thanks to Michael Young, the pastor, for trusting us, and Keith Tolbert, all the hard work. Keith's been traveling around trying to. I mean, everywhere we'll have a man church, Keith will be there. He was trying to get there. He wants to talk to other churches, know what they're doing, and man, they are seeing the fruit of it. So, hey, disciple men change everything.
Well, I know that's a, and we hear you. Matter of fact, you've had on-air discussions about the battle between all the good food and hospitality, knowing you have to speak. And do I eat that? Do I not? Do I go all in? Do I not? And I know, Helmsy, you don't like to eat before
I don't. Matter of fact, I tell them, if you want to pack me a plate, that's fine, because they usually offer that. And because most of the ones are listening to the show, they know this about us. So we'll get that text, hey, I know you don't like to eat before you speak. Would you like me? And I'm like, sure. So last night, the entire way home, even though it was post 10 p.m., I had not had anything to eat, and I had a big plate of barbecue, mac and cheese, and baked beans.
At 10?
Well, here's what I did. I think y'all be okay with this.
I was about to say, you about to have night sweats.
I actually went in and had a couple of bites of the barbecue, a couple bites of the baked beans, a couple of bites of the mac and cheese, and I put it in the refrigerator for lunch today.
Did you tell it
I can't
I'll be
wait,
back?
because it was delicious and it was hard to put down.
Yeah.
Like putting that down and going to bed was tough to do.
Yeah, that is tough.
Oh, it's delicious.
I always just push on through.
Yeah.
I go ahead and eat.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because I don't want to miss. I don't like being the guy that everybody's in there talking. We're all telling stories. My goodness, we got to tell. That was the place where Bubba killed that woman's snake.
Yeah.
And where we had all those.
At the Huddle House.
I was within
Did
half
the
a mile
stuttering
of
guy
that.
come by chance?
I didn't mean.
I was so hoping he would.
That's where the stuttering guy was. That's where the wild animals were, and it's where the snake got killed. So I was back in a very, very hot Rick and Bubba bed.
Yeah.
And these people have been listening for over 20 years, and so I don't want to miss. We're all yucking it up because the food's part of that.
Yeah.
If I'm the guy sitting there not eating, everybody's like, "Come on, man, you try that pork tenderloin? Hey, what did you get? Well, how come you ain't got no mashed potatoes?" You just hate being that guy.
Thank you, Rick.
It's like
I just sit there with my sweet tea and hang out.
I know. Hey, my wife worked all day long on this banana pudding. You don't want any?
No.
So, yeah, you can't be like that. You gotta make something happen.
You do.
Yeah,
You do.
and so now I will tell you this: I've learned over the years.
Pre-gallbladder, I probably wouldn't have a problem with it.
Yeah. Now, Bubba, you
just don't know now.
You don't like to eat before you're getting up. And doing
No.
That's a strange oddity that you and I don't share in common.
Yeah, because I'm just, never know.
No, I know. I mean, look, it can double back on you.
Yeah, and that's the scare.
Yeah, I've been fortunate. Because I tell you what I don't do. Now, I made this mistake one time at a wild game feast. And it might have been the one that you and I were at that time, Bubba, over somewhere in South Georgia. And you can really, really make a bad move at a wild game feast.
Yeah.
A wild game feast can be really, really bad.
Well, what
or
do you
if
do,
people
too?
are making spam ice cream.
Right.
With this
gotta watch
type of
that.
food, it's hard for me to stop after a certain amount.
I know.
So then I go up there and I'm like, I feel like I need a nap.
Well,
and I don't feel like I'm, I can't do that.
Well, the wild game feast.
Load it down.
Well, here's the problem at the wild game feast. If you go to a true wild game feast where there's a variety, not a wild game feast that says it's a wild game feast, but it's catfish and hush puppies only. I'm talking about a true wild game feast. Is all of a sudden you can start having Noah's Ark in your stomach.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I've just eaten too many a variety of animals. I put a variety of animals in there and they're fighting.
Yeah. They're wanting out.
You don't want that.
Your stomach looks up and goes, really?
Yeah, you think yourself.
Get us off this ark.
I remember one time saying, should I have eaten a lion? That felt wrong when I did it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us. And we will talk to you this hour. So we'll look for some opportunities for that. Willow Meat's back in play. Glad you're here. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out again this weekend. If you hadn't had a chance to grab that, you certainly can. So hopefully a lot of you got to grab that. Brad Edwards was with us, and you can go and listen to that on your time if you haven't already, about his new book, Dynasty by the Numbers, and you can hear that interview about his time at ESPN and what the book is about. It's I think you'll enjoy it. It's really kind of interesting and fascinating how he's kind of looked at some of this. So, Bubba, welcome back. Glad you're here today, buddy.
Rick, I'm glad I'm here today, too.
Hope you had a good weekend.
Oh, we did. We had a great weekend.
Talking about Brad Edwards, Rick, he texted me not too long ago and said, of course, your audience is unbelievable.
Of course.
He said the book sales since the podcast he hadn't seen numbers like that.
Look, people love to get access to this audience because this audience responds.
Yeah.
Bottom line.
Yeah.
So BamaDynastyBook.com is the website because he is self-publishing that. It's not available just anywhere, but you can get it there. All right, so was that me? Who was that?
I don't know.
I think it's number 2.
I don't think it's me.
I don't know what that.
Doggone it.
Dadgummit, who am I?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What that is.
So, Speedy, I know that you have returned. Your dad is doing great.
Yeah.
He's recovering from open heart surgery at the ripe old age of 80.
Yeah.
And your dad, you've told many times, is legally blind.
He is.
Yeah. So,
well, sometimes you have to say that because that's a big factor. That plays a big role.
Oh, the fact that I can't see?
Yeah.
That plays a huge role.
Turn the lights out in your room and try to walk around at night.
Yeah. So, and this was
in the day.
Yeah. And this is something he had struggled with, long, progressively problem from way on back when he was a young man, right? And,
yes.
And this was something that if you live this long, Mr. Wilburn, this is what's going to be like.
Yeah. And how, but to your point, he could see early in life,
Sure.
and really up to probably 50 or so.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that his eyesight would slowly go away. He had actually a brain tumor when he was really young, and it set on his optic nerve and cut off the blood flow and all this. Praise God, all that was removed, and he's fine. It's just that affected his eyesight, and they said it's going to start deteriorating
Fading.
and going away, and sure enough, it has.
So you've been there. You and your sister have been rotating because
Yes.
you got a dad who's 80, home
Yes.
from open heart surgery,
Yes.
he can't see,
Right.
and a mom who's close to the same age.
Yeah,
right,
right there with him.
So
Right there
you
with
know,
him.
need a little help.
Yeah, need a little help.
Because
and
open heart surgery patients, they can't do much themselves.
No, as the open heart surgery
Especially if
doctor,
they can't see.
Yeah, said it. Now, if we fall, now we got another problem.
Right.
See, now we're dealing with the fall. This can be hard enough as it is.
Right. Yeah.
And so you got that, and he is not one that has ever used a cane/walker. And I'm not talking about like you see the blind using, the long one, they tap, 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 tap. I'm talking about just a regular old walking cane. And so I talked him into that, and I said, Dad, let me go get you one, just because when our equilibrium goes off, we lose balance. We can see what to catch ourselves with. Oh, there's the recliner.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the counter. I can. He can't. So he's just grabbing for air. So I'm like, that's going to give us a little bit of a safety blanket. Just flying cover, so you can catch your balance if that happens. And so he said okay, and he's been doing really good with that. A couple of things from my visit with him that I took from this is I don't use, and I hope I don't send off so many phones, Siri enough. I don't. They use it for everything.
Okay.
All right. My dad will be talking to what he calls her. Well, let me ask her.
Okay.
And he'll be over there talking to Siri and my mom at the same time on both of their phones. I'm sitting in between them on the couch. They're in their recliners. He's asking Siri how cold it will be at 4 a.m. And she's asking Siri another question, and Siri's responding to both of them.
It's a third member of your family.
I have actually, by the time he'll say, all right, I'm about to ask Siri something, and I'll try to Google it to see if I can get it before. It's just a little game I play, and he beats me every time.
How about that?
It's really unbelievable. So I started showing out a little bit in front of Terry when I got home, and I started asking Siri.
So you're back
stuff.
you're on the Siri wagon.
Yeah, I just like, hey Siri, how cold is it going to be at 12 a.m.?
Well, you just messed a lot of phones up.
I know. Sorry about that. But so anyway, I really, really, really took a I guess a big lesson from that I don't use that enough. But so the first night gets there, and I had a little bit of I wouldn't say anxiety, but I was concerned maybe a little bit when it came to eating. Okay. The yard work and everything, that's my area. I knew I was going to have to pressure wash. I'd taken every bit of outdoor equipment we got at the house with me in the truck, and I knew that was going to be my area. My sister is like, a Paula Deen, okay? She can cook anything. So
not so much.
Not me, not so much. It's like, all right, what are we going to heat up? Not what are we going to cook?
Right. Yeah.
But all week long, I had heard about all of these meals that she was cooking now. And I'm like, good night alive. They're just eating. All the food's amazing when I would talk to her. I got to heat this up. It's unbelievable.
So she set a really unattainable goal.
Yes. So here I come. And I'd asked Terry.
And you hear the crunkling sound of a paper sack.
Yes. I'd asked Terry, I said, honey, I said, you got to come midweek or something, please, for the love of all that's good.
Please do this.
And I asked Lynn.
I'm asking directly.
Please make so much that there's leftovers. That'll get me a day or two. And I can, I'm not great in the kitchen. I can cook certain things, but don't get me. I mean, Terry can, go through, okay, we need this much of this much of this. And she's getting spices and stuff. And then we go and we make it. Me, not so much. It's like, all right, we got hamburger patties and what else you want. I can do that. And so I get through that. But the first night that I'm there, I'd already, gotten through. Okay, I got to feed them. I got to get that dough going. All right, it's bedtime. All right, let's get upstairs. So we get up the steps, which is tough because I thought he was going to have to go back into the hospital Friday because he's developed cellulosis in his leg, and that's an infection there of the cells under the skin. It's not like MRSA or staph or anything like that, but it's just an infection. It's extremely painful. And so he's really done well with his walking as far as his breathing goes. Hey, you got to walk 45 minutes a day. So we would get out and we would do what I call walk 2 mailboxes and come back. And we'd do that over and over.
Oh, my gosh, you've got your dad on a routine.
Your dad's on some workout.
Yeah. What number is this, or what do you call this
Well,
routine?
it's Granddaddy's workout number 1.
Okay, right.
But
Granddad
and so I'm
won.
like, Dad, we're going to start the timer and let's get it in. Now, it's not 45 minutes all at one time. It can be in different increments throughout the day. It just needs to total that up.
Can I ask a question? Because you were telling us that he, struggles visually.
Yeah.
How does he know when he gets to the mailbox?
I tell him.
You tell him.
I tell him because
so you can make him go as far as
he
you want.
He likes to grab my right elbow and then we're going to go and he
what
can
kind of
see.
walking stick did you get? Did he get a cane? Or
Yeah,
a
it kind of has an L as the
Right.
as the.
I mean, you get him something sharp.
The handle.
Is it one of them like with the 4 minis at the bottom?
Yes.
Yeah, those
yes.
are real
Yeah,
popular.
yeah.
Does he look like he
That's
means
the kind I
business?
want.
He does.
Does he look like he
looks
means
good.
business, or does he look nursing home?
No, it looks like he means business,
Okay,
and
good.
it actually
Did you put him a horn on it too, so he could, if he gets off track.
Yeah, at the bottom, it also kind of will give to the direction that you're standing.
Yeah, it's got a little spring action
yes,
on it.
Yeah, so it's but yet the feet
Firm up
the
with the
feet will
ground?
stay on the
Yeah,
ground,
I
so
like
that's good.
I like it.
But anyway, so to set this up, it's the first night. We finally make it up the steps, which there's 13 of them, if you're counting.
No, you've counted them a lot.
A ton, and I'm just standing behind him, and I'm behind his hips, going, all right, let's just make sure we don't come this way. And we get upstairs, and he goes to use the bathroom, and I hear, uh-oh. I'm like, Dad, I need to come in? Oh, no.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Uh, 21 minutes past the hour. Don't do that right coming out of the break. I mean, you can't. That's something you got to tell me first minute into the break. Give me 4 to adjust. You know it. So anyway, we're back. Speedy, we're all, you're hearing us go through these different stages of life right here on the show.
Sure.
And we're in the, we were, Bubba's out ahead of us, but he went through this, but the taking care of aging parents.
Yeah.
And so Speedy's got 80-year-old parents.
Mm-hmm.
One's had how many bypasses?
5
bypasses,
ways.
and is blind.
Yes.
And then of course mom, she's also equal age.
Yes.
So
Cancer survivor. Praise God.
Praise God for that. And you're pushing your dad up the steps as the last with a cane. The last we heard from you, and he went in the bathroom and we heard the term "uh-oh."
Yeah. And that's not good.
No.
Now, again, we're getting ready. We're getting stuff ready for bed, and it's so funny how structured and organized he is.
Calvin
right?
Wilburn.
I mean, he's got to have stuff laid out because that's where he goes to.
Yeah.
Right. And it's really dark outside. It's late. None of the lights are on in his bedroom, so I'm trying to find my way to a lamp to turn it on, and I'm thinking, so this is his world right here. This is how he functions. It's just pitch dark, So I go over and I turn the lamp on, and he's starting to kind of get undressed and everything. I'm like, all right. So and so he's getting ready for to get in the shower and everything, and so. There's two cleanings a day that you have to make sure that all the incisions, and they're looking great, that all that's done. So we're doing that, and so he's like, son, if you don't mind, go turn that shower on for me. And I'm like, all right. So I go in, turn the shower on, come out, and then he goes in behind the door, and he goes to use the restroom and everything, and I hear uh-oh, and I'm like, Dad, you all right? And I'm talking through the door. So it's, Dad, you all right? Are you good? Uh-oh. I can't see what's going on, but I think we got a problem. And I said, what's wrong? And he said, well, the toilet won't flush.
Oh, my goodness.
Uh-oh.
My goodness.
I said, that is a problem, Dad. That's a big problem. And he goes, and it's bubbling. And I said, it's bubbling. And I'm like, uh-oh. I was like, uh-oh. And
we call that the Carl Lewis.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And I'm like, well, Dad, what about the shower? And of course he can't see it, so I've got to get in there now. And I asked this question. I don't know if they built houses differently or if just people have gotten bigger. But
I will go with the latter. But
yes.
Right.
Houses that are older in age, everything's smaller.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the toilet's like a little hole.
It's kind of funny you said that. Last night I actually spoke of when we grew up. Undoubtedly, houses were built expecting you not to stay in them a lot.
I guess not. I mean, I'm talking about rooms are smaller, ceilings are shorter.
Bathrooms are tiny.
Tiny.
Yeah.
All right.
Nobody expects to spend a lot of time in there.
So he's standing there, and I go to open the door. And, I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, I wish I was blind. But, I said joke. And so I'm like, Dad, well, let me see what's going on. He goes, yeah, I don't know what's happening here. Well, we got the shower filling up, and we got the toilet bubbling. All right?
Oh, my
Now,
gosh. You got problems.
We got major problems, and this is my first night.
Better call Stego.
Yeah. And so I'm like, oh, no, this is not good at all.
Did you say septic or...
No,
sewer?
They're sewer. They're sewer, but there was a problem with everything upstairs getting to downstairs. And so this is not good. I'm thinking, no, this is not good. This is Granddaddy right here. He's calling me. I hope he's okay. Do I answer this? He might need me. Or is he?
You would have thought he would have called the show or had Siri do it.
No.
If he was going to be on the air.
Do I need to do? Hello? Okay, Dad. Can I call you right back? I'm on the air. Is everything okay? Oh, okay. It is. It is. I'll call you right back, and we'll get to the bottom of it. All right. Love you. Bye.
And you kind of wish he'd asked Siri what time it was.
So he's obviously not listening at this moment.
But no. He's definitely not listening, I don't think. I thought there was an emergency. I apologize for that.
Well, because he would have called the show if he was on chime. The fact that he called you on your phone.
So there's not an emergency?
No, there's not. No. But, it is to him.
Okay.
Because he got an appointment reminder that he's got an appointment today, and he doesn't. So we'll get to the bottom
A little
of that.
panic. That's
yeah.
fine. All right.
So anyway, where was I? Oh, so I go in and I'm trying to get around him. All right. So now understand. Now we're close. All right. And I see that.
Can I just ask this?
Yeah.
Is he prepared to shower? And I'll leave it at that.
He is.
Okay.
He is.
All right.
He is.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Tied in there.
And so I'm looking at the ceiling, trying to get around, and so I get over and I confirm, all right, we got a mess in here.
Okay.
All right. Now, I mean, as far as just things overflowing and
right.
and all that.
Right.
And so he says, hey, we need to call Jeremy, and that's a friend of his that's taking care of them for a long time.
You got to have a Jeremy.
You do.
Everybody needs a Jeremy.
I love a Jeremy.
And so with Jeremy, he can't get out to the next day, but he says I can get there early. All right. Well, now that presents a problem because now
you didn't need that.
No, because now I go to the other bathroom and it's doing the same thing.
Uh-oh.
So we have 2 bathrooms upstairs that aren't working at all. I'm talking about at all. And now he's got to use the restroom, and we're not moving fast, okay? So and he's on Lasix, which is supposed to help, and well, you have to use the bathroom a lot when you're on that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we got to take a shower, and he wants to shave, and I mean we got problems, okay? And this
So
is my
I
first
can't
night.
shower and I can't go to the bathroom.
I can't do any of that upstairs.
All right, so we got to get downstairs.
And we got a toilet that's at the top. It's not down. It's at the top. And so because if it was at the bottom, I would just say use the bathroom. I don't care.
You don't know at that time. You don't know if you have a problem at the bottom.
You don't. Right? You don't. So I quickly tell him just hang on to the wall here. And just
I'm not
hang
sure the
on.
word quickly is going to be used here.
Yeah, and let me run downstairs and make sure, to your point, that we're working downstairs.
Oh, I see. You're going to go by yourself.
I'm gonna go flush and turn water on down.
We got a shower down there?
We're working fine. We don't, unfortunately.
Okay.
So that's out, Dad.
Okay.
All right. Let me turn that shower off. Okay.
Turn that off because we have no other options.
That's probably not helping.
Now I know you were really looking forward to that.
Right. 2-word sponge bath.
Yeah. So the next morning it comes out, and apparently they had to get up on the roof, and the problem was the line that sends upstairs to downstairs. There was a problem, and they had to use some type of machinery from the roof in.
I've had to do this at my house.
Yes, and we had to clean it all out. Okay.
Yeah. It'll make dirt and stuff come through the.
Oh, it'll clean you out.
We got things we got to clean.
Yes.
Weird deal.
Oh yeah.
So it was a pressure thing, or they just rotor-rooter it?
Kind of rotor-rootered it, but it was this crazy deal where they had to get up there and then turn this pipe that goes through and it cleans it all out or whatever
through your air vent.
Yeah. Of course, he comes down and says, "Hey man, y'all got roof boot problems." I'm like, "What is that? What are you talking about?
The rubber around the pipe.
Around the piping." He goes, "There's one." I said, "Now I'm calling roofing people." I mean, it's just, and this is my second day, and then I go to the washing machine and it doesn't work.
No.
And now we got washing machine.
What's wrong with the
repairmen out
washing
here.
machine?
I don't know. At one point, I just wanted to just scream, but I had.
But you can't.
No, I had, because I was the guy there that's supposed to help. I can't come apart, I mean, I got to help Dad. So got the washing machine fixed. Roof boots are getting fixed. Toilet and bathroom and everything's working. Took a day and a half to get that going. So every time, I would tell Dad that every time you got to use the restroom, think ahead. Give me 10 minutes because we got a long way to go.
Wow.
But it got done, and praise God, we're okay.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
to make time for your feelings, but you have to admit I already do. Let's just break it down to you and me uptown, dancing all around till the disco ball pops. But I have to be me, and everyone can see your anger is misplaced. And I'm gonna tell ya, don't hate me 'cause I get attention. Don't turn me into what I'm not. I have to be me 24/7, and I ain't never gonna stop. No, no, no.
$35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we will go phone calls now. Lines are available if you want to join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG, our first time to talk to you this week. So we're kind of pumped about that. So dial us right now, and we'll get you lined up and ready to go at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and lines are available. Let's go to Ancestry.com/Bubba. Ancestry.com/Bubba. Here come the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, the New Year. And so there's a lot of fun you're going to be having with family, if you want to be around your family. I mean, some people are like, oh, gosh, here we go again. But, make the most of it. Make the most of it by going to Ancestry.com/Bubba and go there, and you can get the free DNA kit and at Ancestry.com/Bubba. And now with this DNA kit, there's so much that you can do with that. I mean, they've got billions of records and so much to look at, and you can find out, to very detailed your family story, your true ethnicity. I mean, you may not be what you think you are. But you can find out. And boy, have we had some stories about some stuff people's found out.
Rick, it's always good to know because you never know when you're going to need a kidney.
That is so good, Bubba.
Mm-hmm.
That ought to be that ought to be their slogan.
Yeah.
Ancestry.com/Bubba for your Ancestry DNA kit and start your free trial. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Let's start with Joel in Florida.
Joel,
are you Joel?
Joel, yeah, just
Joel.
one syllable. Yeah.
Hey, Joe.
Tried to make it too complicated.
I did. I overthought that one.
I just first a quick disclaimer. I'm a podcaster, so I'm a little bit behind the times. My apologies to the live audience.
Not a problem.
But a couple weeks ago, I think you had a caller, a young lady in college, said that her professors make it their mission to attack her faith and Christianity.
Yeah.
So I just had a book recommendation. I recommend this to any college student and just any Christian really who wants to be able to engage people that are anywhere from curious to hostile and anywhere in between.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys have heard of Gregory Koukl, Koukl.
I haven't. Anybody, guys?
I have not.
Okay. He's got a great book. It's called Tactics, and I really recommend that to anybody. It's a fantastic book, and he has a section in there where he talks about how to engage with professors because it's like a law of nature that, the man with the microphone wins. So, and professors know that. So, it gives people, especially college students,
I see
a
that.
way to engage.
Adler's pulled it up here called Tactics. Gregory Koukl, and the forward is by Lee Strobel from The Case for Christ.
Yep.
So that's cool.
Right.
Yeah. Thanks. That's a great idea. I hope that a lot of the folks out there that are dealing with that or their kids are dealing with that will hear you and get it. Looks like it's a great book for get a game plan together.
Yeah, and just quick footnote, there's 2 editions. The 10th anniversary edition has some extra stuff, so I recommend that one.
Okay, man. Thanks. I appreciate the call for that suggestion, man. Have a good day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it can be a tough situation.
Yeah.
You try to balance, just tell them what they want, move on, versus, take a stand. And, I've seen different approaches.
Yeah. Well, sometimes
I've had different approaches.
Well, at least with this, you can get the information and understand, how the arguments could be made, and you can decide what to do with it.
Right.
You may take it over to the what's every college have, the center where everybody gets over and hangs out, the little
like the student union
center
or something.
student union. Or you can go at it there in class. Heather in the great state of Tennessee. Heather, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey there.
Hey.
I'm a college professor. I just want to speak to the last person that called. I want college students to know that we're out there. We are Christians in your universities, and we too feel like we're being held back. And I just want you to know that you're not alone.
That's great.
But that's not why I called.
Okay.
I called to wish my husband a happy anniversary.
And what's your husband's name?
His name's Chris.
Chris. Heather and Chris in Tennessee.
Yes. And you know what? He's a good guy, God-fearing man, makes sure his family's in church every week. And I just, wanted to honor him publicly and say happy anniversary.
How many years? How many years?
15 years.
1, 2. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Thank you, Heather, for the call, and thanks for knowing that you're out there. That was comforting to know that you're out there fighting, too.
Mm-hmm.
Penny in Birmingham. Penny, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Perry, I'm sorry. Perry, go ahead.
Hey, guys, Monkey Grass, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Hey, so my question's for Bubba. I just wanted to know exactly what pizza in a cup is.
Oh, buddy, where you been? I mean,
that's easy.
Yeah.
Perry, I don't know how to explain that one any easier than
the title.
Pizza you put in a cup.
Yeah.
Is it heated up, or how is that prepared?
Well, that's up to you.
Yeah, you can fix it however you want.
You
to.
hit it in that
It's more of a delivery system than the way you make it.
Yeah, you could put it in the microwave, heat it up, or you can take a cold piece of pizza and be
You
ready.
ever tried to eat pizza while you're driving, Perry? That's a mess.
I normally just use the hand method. I've never really tried to put it in a cup.
Well, see there, and now you're out there driving dangerous.
Yeah. So and I've also
Riding dirty.
I've also been experimenting, and not with as much luck. Taco in a cup.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because remember, we said on the air, and I don't want this to be a food dare because I don't want to make anybody unsafe.
Right.
I've never met a person that pulled off eating tacos in the car and not get it all over.
Rick, I have never had tacos in a car where more went in my mouth than in the floorboard.
That is correct.
Yeah. I mean, it's impossible. I love them. But if you're driving, good night. That's a toughie.
Steve in Alabama. Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
That's why they made a chalupa, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Chalupa.
Steve, you're on, buddy.
Hello?
Yeah, man, you're on.
Hey, I just want to get with Hensley there. I heard him talking the other day, and I emailed him about riding on one of those sweepers. I got one he ride on.
Oh, street sweeper.
Oh,
cool. You want to ride on a
Greg
street
and I were
sweeper?
talking in the kickoff hour last week. That's something. There was a street sweeper that was stolen, and we did that story. And Greg and I have always, when you get here early in the mornings, there's a
Yeah, I
street
see
sweeper
one,
that's
yeah.
going.
And you'd like
through
to
here.
ride him
I'd
one.
like to ride
He's
him.
working the parking lot pretty good.
Steve,
This is the guy that can make it happen for us.
Steve Helmsy at Rick and Bubba.
sir. And-
Helmsy at
and
rickandbubba.com.
Once you start sweeping, you got to do the whole parking lot, and then you can't
That's
quit.
fine.
That's all right.
That's fine.
Well, it
It's
might
like
be
pressure
just fine.
washing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to know where do you take the, like with a vacuum cleaner, you pop the bag out or you
Great
know
question,
whatever.
Bubba.
Well, how do you empty the street sweeper?
Well, the one I have is the open one. It just sweeps up into a pile. Then you take a Bobcat with a sweeper and bucket combination and sweep it up and dump it in the dump truck.
Okay.
Hey, if you want to use a stitch gear, get it in that truck.
That's it.
There you go.
I've always wanted to ride in one of those and a Zamboni on the ice rink. You know,
Oh,
the
now
ones
those
that
are
clean-
cool.
Want to drive one of those?
And let me tell you what I've done. Recently, I was talking to a friend of mine who is a truck driver, and I said, over the holidays, I want to run your route with you one day. I just
Yeah.
want to see what you do
Rick,
out there.
Straight
Did
up?
you hear
Yeah,
that?
straight up.
Rick, did you hear that just now?
Will you be taking your cane?
I might.
Yeah.
I might.
I can tell you where I got my dad's.
Yeah,
I know
everybody was
you said
telling us
you
that we
want
missed Bubba saying that's the kind he wants.
Yeah.
Yeah. I look at them canes. They're
I can,
pretty high
I think
tech
I can
now.
show you a picture.
Don't you
Oh,
think,
I've seen it.
Don't you think we've gotten to the point, you and I were talking to the break, I feel that we're closer to the cane than ever.
Oh, yeah.
I sold 2 canes at the yard sale, by the way.
He sold
Did
2
you
canes.
really?
You
That's
brought
so
one to Bubba.
good. Why didn't you say that?
I've still got one that somebody gave me as a joke. I don't know if it was my 40th or 50th birthday, and
Yeah.
now it's not so funny but useful.
I know.
Yeah.
Set of crutches, too.
Greg sold 2 canes and a set of crutches.
Oh yeah, I like.
That's
that.
the one he
I
wants.
see those all the time.
Right there.
Caroline's in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Caroline, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, how are y'all?
We're good.
great.
I hope you're okay.
I'm doing good. I just had a prayer request. I believe in the power of y'all's prayer nation. We are trying to sell our house in Huntsville, and I just really think that it's a house that it would appeal to a lot of people in your audience. It's got like a little, heated and cooled workshop, and it's on a dirt road. And
Caroline,
you
wait
know,
a minute. Are you having trouble selling?
Yeah, how are you having trouble selling the house in
Come
Huntsville?
on, Bubba.
Y'all got to
In
be the one that sells.
Huntsville?
Are y'all trying to sell it by yourself?
No, we got Amanda Howard. She's doing a great job.
Okay. You shouldn't have any problem selling the house in Huntsville. I'm really disappointed you haven't got this done.
You would think.
Caroline, are
You would think.
or y'all want a little too much for it?
Yeah,
or
are you
what's
being
the
a little delusional?
Hey, a little greedy on it.
Let me tell you, because it sounds like you're getting on the
Listen,
air saying I went to
somebody-
the Rick and Bubba show and I had corn dogs for sale and nobody bought one.
Is this the first day it's on the market? Give it a second.
My goodness.
No, it's been on the market since August.
Oh,
something's wrong.
Yeah.
Caroline,
I know.
Is it haunted?
Caroline, do you want us to examine the situation closer?
Is it
that what you
haunted?
want?
I would love it.
We got to find the listing so we can look at it. I'll tell you what's up. If
Yeah.
you want an honest answer,
Yeah.
on it. You may not like to hear it, but I'll tell
So
you.
where do we find it?
It's it's on everything. I think Zillow.
Well, I mean,
Is this like the Geico commercial where it's right next to the airport?
That's a good one. Have to come out of TSA just to get to the car.
All right, so come on out with it. Indian Barrel side. Indian Barrel
There's
side.
something wrong with it. I'm sure you guys will find it.
Okay. Now, well, we got to know more than that. I mean,
I'm going to be in Madison on Wednesday at New Life Chapel. I'll run by.
Caroline, can
Go
you
go assess it
Thank
for us.
you, Hal.
Caroline, can you email me the address so we can look at it?
Can you please?
Absolutely.
All right, email it right now and we'll look at it.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to be. I mean,
I will.
you're gonna have to be listening for our assessment of it when we come back from the break.
Hey, I'm normally a podcaster. I'm all live today.
live, all the way live. Don't even have to stop. Don't even have to job. Just live. All right, so we'll come back. All right, we'll do the
I
rest.
found a picture of her house if you guys want to see it.
All right, here it is. Let's take a look. See what's wrong. That's not.
You know what though?
We're
If you
messing
like
with
planes, that's not a bad house to have.
You know what? Let me tell you one person that can buy that house and love it is whoever's playing that is. Walk outside, baby. We got to go. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. You know, we wear many hats here on the program. Many hats. You know, we're crime stoppers. We're mystery solvers, and now we will be real estate agents. For our listener in Huntsville. You know, she's
Hey, I like that. I like that workshop.
I do too.
Now that
I
workshop,
like that
somebody
workshop.
means business in that. You know what? We might be able to set up the band and practice a little bit in there. Bring the band back.
I mean, this is not. It's woodworking, Rick. I don't think it'd be band ready. But
It's not? Okay.
You
'Cause I
could,
wasn't
you
gonna
could
use
get
the
in there
woodworking.
and saw till the cows come home.
I'm just
though.
trying to think of the things that we could do with it.
You know, it's a beautiful home. I'm gonna look at it here.
You know, I
I'm gonna
thought it
give
was
you an
over when I
assessment.
first saw it. I thought, man, it's overpriced. But when you look at the comparables, you see the school that it's in. Everything seems to fall in line with what she was saying. I don't know why they hadn't
I
sold.
tell you
this
what,
thing.
I would utilize that top space as a little office or something.
Yeah.
You like that top space?
Oh, do
I mean,
I
it's,
ever.
it's for storage, but I mean, you can
Love
still,
the front yard. Love the style of the home. I like everything about this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think after looking at the comparables and looking at, she's come off the price a little bit already. I think it's a good deal for somebody. I tell you what, if I was moving to Huntsville, I'd be taking a hard look.
I tell you what, I believe I could sell it. Yeah, if y'all let me have it.
By the way, speaking of that, I'm gonna have a truck ready for you to go this week.
Are you
Oh,
gonna-
really?
You're gonna love me at the end of this. Because I don't want you to. You know, I want to be fair, but I don't want you to get taken to the bank. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know.
I mean, you know, there's a win-win in there.
Sure there is.
You know,
Sure there is.
Willing buyer, willing seller.
That's right.
And but there's something we don't know here because this thing ought to be moved.
Yeah, I don't
Mhm.
get it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking a 3D tour now at Zillow.
Bubba, you want to take a, you know, maybe you know how some people, knowing you, I'm just, hear me out.
Oh, I like
You know, people do lake houses, people do, you know, mountain cabins, you know, people do, you know, hunting land. But you, I'm thinking, shouldn't you and Betty have a house near the Huntsville Space and Rocket Center? That's true.
Such a good one.
Well, you know, that's our rocket house. Gosh, that's funny.
Oh, me.
All right, let's go to the phones. Dee Dee's standing by. Hey, Dee Dee, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you doing?
Oh, I am doing fine. You guys, the other day, was talking about people getting into bright lights. You have to take in consideration these big trucks, and I drive a Chevrolet Impala. They blind me, and I give them the brights, and then they give me the brights. These things are so high, they come right into us drivers in these cars, right in our eyes, and it blinds us.
Well, you better get your car up off the ground a little bit.
I don't have lifters on it, you guys.
No, I mean, I go through the same problem. Everybody thinks I have my brights on when I don't. Bubba warned me about this when I got when I got in the truck.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to do because you keep flashing your brights at me, and I'm not on bright, so I don't know what to do.
I got
Now
several.
you're talking about 18-wheelers?
No,
or
no,
you're
no,
talking
no.
about
I
pickup
brought
truck?
this up last week in the kickoff
Okay.
hour.
Well, here's the thing. When you raise the truck up, you should theoretically adjust the headlights down. So.
Well, and I think what happened with mine, I'm getting flashed all the time,
I am too.
evidently, and so they're evidently you can adjust the lights and point them a little more down, and
Yeah, it's going to
but
take.
I don't
I
know
say
that
tough.
I don't know that I'll ever do that.
No, it'll take a little. But I've noticed that the bigger trucks these days, people false bright you all the time.
They do.
You're
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I don't. And one guy kept doing it so bad the other night. I was trying to be nice about it, and I apologized. But I just finally got tired of it, and I was just like, "Hey, man, how about that?"
Well, that's exactly. Give them a hey. This is what bright looks like,
Right,
pal.
yeah. You want to see bright? How you like that?
Yeah.
How's your retina? I mean, quit quit flashing at me. I don't have my bright lights on.
And some of the headlights now have that they have
Calm
like
down.
a covering over the top of it to kind of help keep it down a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, that's always a problem.
Yeah.
Especially when you jack them up a little bit.
Yeah.
I like this house.
You know, when if you do lift kits too, I didn't know you have to recalibrate the wheels, or you'll have a misread.
Well, if you put bigger wheels on it,
Yeah.
If you keep the same size wheels, it
Well,
will,
I
it'll
was-
vary a little bit, not a whole lot.
Yeah, I was clicking. They had me, and I looked down. And I was like, man, that's about 8 miles an hour off.
I need to read it a little closer there, Rick.
Well,
I don't know if it'll do 8, will it?
Yeah, apparently,
that's a big difference.
Unless the guy firing on me was off. But I mean, yeah. We continue. Let's go to Patrick in the great state of Texas. Patrick, how you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, I was watching on the YouTube feed and it was a little delayed. I just heard Carolyn's call about trying to sell a house. Is this becoming a swap shop now? I got a dog I'll trade for 3 chickens.
All right, what kind of dog
is it? Neutered?
No, it's not.
If it's a beagle now, we'll take your call.
Is it hunt? What does it bring to the table?
I got one that all it does is hunt dinner.
Hey, I'll tell you what. For your dog, I'll trade you one VHS copy of A Star Is Born.
There it is.
The shipping costs are going to be a little rough all the way from Texas. Though.
Yeah. You're right. I don't know what they cost. About $1.25.
We'll meet you in Jackson and call it even.
Yeah, that's it. Look, you never know what hat we might put
That's
on.
right.
You never know that.
Listen, I used to love listening to the Swap Shop show.
Oh my God,
loved it.
Oh, that's one of my favorites.
Still love it
The
now,
pickle bucket.
but in a little
Got a
bit of a
couple of
different
pickle buckets.
I still love it, but in a little bit of a different way.
Yes,
Rick, I got an old tater box
and a rusty bicycle.
Hayden in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the lady called about real estate. My wife is a real estate agent. She's got a house in Bridgeport, Alabama, has been on the market for a couple months now. Perfect location, perfect price, and she's also having the same issue. She cannot sell that house for nothing.
You know, sometimes when it's a hot market out there, sometimes the competition works against you.
Rick, you were telling me that you had talked to somebody and they thought the house market was cooling off just a little bit.
Yep.
Well, here's the thing.
Well, if it cools off, it's still pretty high.
Well, Greg, I didn't ask for commentary.
It got ridiculous.
Well, he's a house guy now.
I know.
He's remodeling.
No, it was in the similar area.
Well, flip or flop, Greg.
Yeah.
Well, here's
well,
the
it
thing.
got stupid. The price.
The cure for high prices is high prices, and eventually it's gonna have a chilling effect.
Well, let me tell you this: if there's deals out there to be had, or there is a lot of profit to be had, if you want either one of those to stop, let me get involved.
That's right.
Yeah.
Listen, I killed AOL Time Warner personally.
I've never listen to this. I've never gotten a deal in my entire life. Never. I mean, if I'm buying, then everything's high. If I'm selling, nobody wants it.
There you go.
I mean,
I couldn't give it away.
No, I've never gotten a deal. Never once in my life. Everybody said, "Man, that's a good deal."
Wow, how'd you do that?
I just end up having to get what I want, whatever they're selling it for.
I usually pay market plus 10%.
Right, I never get.
That's the best deal.
I never got a deal on a car. I never get a deal.
I want a deal.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us for a brand new hour of Rick and Bubba. Approaching the end of another year. I mean, it's going to be here before we know it. And, Christmas season, it's cranking up. I know that you're seeing Christmas trees everywhere. Christmas music, Greg, your favorite, is making its way.
A little early.
I know, but
I knew you'd say that.
yeah. Well,
Little early.
I would just, I know, and I understand all the stuff. I've heard from all the early decorators. It's such a wonderful time of year. We want to go ahead and do it so we can enjoy it longer. And I got all that. I just don't like for us to take the sting out of Thanksgiving. It's just like it downgrades Thanksgiving.
Yeah, well, it kind of has a warm up feel anyway, like you're ramping up this time of year. I want to have a really good Thanksgiving this year. I'm just I'm ready to get the kids home and everybody be in a good mood, and I know that's asking a lot.
I was going to say, all of us not be given COVID this year.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. We had 1 year we were recovering from knee surgery, and then we had COVID, and we're just I'm trying to just have a easier going holiday season would be my goal.
Well, and you know what? Goals are fun, and sometimes they feel lofty, but I think that's a good one. That's a reasonable goal.
I want everybody to be happy, Rick, and happiness not be tied to, hey, can I have some money? That's how I'd like to have it. Yeah.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
So anyway, and it's a great time of year. Look forward to it. But we're heading right on into it. But I do love the fall. I was talking about this weekend, and I know that I'm being spoiled because fall for us can be dicey where we live. You don't get a lot of it, and maybe that's why I love it so much. But man, those cobalt blue skies and the colors changing, and the high today is 65.
Oh,
good gracious!
Good stuff.
How does it get better than that? And I just like looking it out. The outside feels cleaner.
Yeah.
It just feels clean. It feels just like we were talking about riding up, to do the man church last night. And, usually you think about, well, you got to ride and you get in the car and all this kind of stuff. The ride was so beautiful. There wasn't even a moment that I was like, well, man, I'm ready. I almost kind of was sad to see it come to an end.
I know.
I was like, man, just the scenery is just so beautiful. And ain't nobody in a hurry. Had plenty of time. Plenty. So it's just a good time of year, and we're going to get it for a few days. And I'm gonna go sit outside a little bit today. I think I'm gonna spend a little time outside today.
I am too.
I just love it. I'm gonna look at.
We're gonna have several days nice. I think where we live, we're gonna get a little rain Thursday, but then it's gonna be nice again.
Fine. Yeah, the dog seems to be alive again.
That's good.
Well, let's face it. When you have dogs that you bring south, and they got a little fur on them, they're looking at you during the summer like, what in the world?
Yeah. Oh, I know.
And what have you brought me to? But now,
what have you done?
If you've got a fur coat year round, now that there's a little nip in the air, your fur coat now works.
Yeah, summer's miserable.
Now you got a little energy. Just
watch out.
Look at I got some energy, baby.
I'm running.
Yeah, so I just love this time of year. I saw over the weekend, we talked a little college football earlier, but Cam Newton's return to Carolina. And did you say that it's used him in red zone? Is that what they did?
Well, they started out that way. He just signed with the team a few days ago. They were using him in kind of a red zone offense, and as it turned out, he scored the first two times he touched the ball, one with a run, one with a pass. So
yeah,
then he dressed up sharp for the press conference.
But a big win for the Panthers. They beat the Cardinals, who've been red hot. Of course, they're without their starting quarterback. Which, by the way, if you flipped around yesterday, finding a starting quarterback was kind of hard. It was like looking for Easter eggs.
Yeah.
It feels like there's more out than playing right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Rick, here's your highlight of it. This is the first run in.
Watch him rip his helmet off and scream, "I'm back."
Well, sure, you got to do that. And then you see the coating behind it right there.
Wow, you don't see that every day. Right. There he is.
Look quick, Cam.
Yeah. It's a 2-yard run. It's a good one. But
sure.
I don't know if
Well, considering you were hanging out in a parking lot last week, that's you're back in the game. Good for you.
Right. That's right. And there he is. He's let us know he's back.
Yes, he is.
So the gentleman that played most of the game, because he's got to get acquainted with everybody, and I'm sure he'll end up starting probably next week. But have you ever heard of P.J. Walker?
Never heard of P.J.
I've heard of P.J. Fleck.
That was their quarterback.
Where'd P.J. come from?
Temple.
Temple.
Okay.
So,
But
I
I
never
think-
even heard of P.J. Walker.
I think
Yesterday.
if you're a P.J. Walker, your goal was backup. You know what I mean? That you had no desire to start.
Yeah, you really don't want to go out
You
there
thought
that
to yourself, this is a really good paying job. I'm relatively safe over here.
Get to travel.
You know, I get to travel, see some cool things, run a practice here or there.
Put on
Then
a
all-
uniform.
Then all of a sudden, like, hey, Walker, you're in.
The switching back and forth with Cam worked pretty good for him, though. So.
Yeah.
And then we get to see OBJ tonight. If you watch Monday Night Football, he left the Browns and is now with the Rams.
I saw that deal.
I'm sure.
And Robert Woods,
problems there. Too.
Robert Woods, one of their main guys, got hurt in practice Friday, so he's going to be thrown right
Robbie
into the
Woods?
fire tonight. Yeah.
So I know that you are the lone Cowboy fan here.
Yeah.
You want me to just be quiet?
No. Look, I don't believe in. I don't really believe in all that. I really don't. Do y'all ever think about that? How selfish you got to believe? There's 8 billion people in the world. You think you're going to have something to do with the game?
Well, I'm telling you,
that's the most selfish society I've ever seen in my life. When we start
Hams,
playing that game.
I understand what you're saying, but it seems like it's happened to me.
Rick, I'll just say, hey, feel free. I don't care.
What I'm saying is, I believe deep down that even what you're doing is strategy.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good.
We can't help it. We're the way we act as fans. I mean, I know what you're saying. Of course, that's true. But there's just something about it. Even this approach you have right now, I think, is a form.
Well, we'll just say this: yesterday's
He's
game.
isolating himself.
Yesterday's game was so bad, Fox removed it from the broadcast and put somebody else on.
Yeah, I know, blowout. But let me say this: for instance, I'm not making this up. I asked my Mississippi State son, because my Auburn sons were drilling the Mississippi State son. The Mississippi State comes back. They let me know about it. I told you about that earlier on the show. I turned the game back on, and things started going bad for Mississippi State again. And my son texted and said, "Dad, would you mind?"
Yeah,
Get
out of
See, I have to have these same conversations with my son.
Yeah, back yourself out of the game, Dad. We were doing terrible while you were watching. We did great when you went on about your business and started doing it, piddling around. You've come back and look how we're playing. I know this isn't possible, but I'd like for you to stop watching.
And hey, Braden, can I tell you something, Braden?
And I stopped watching. And by the way, they solidified the win.
The Falcons and Hawks. Okay, you had no bearing on win or loss whether you have Cocoa Puffs or Fruity Pebbles.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Right.
That's not a big deal. Eat whatever cereal you want.
Well, I'd like to know which one he did.
Well,
same one he's been
I'll tell you
in,
this: whatever he ate yesterday, he won't eat again.
Okay.
Because what the Cowboys did to the Falcons.
That's true.
He files that away, and he's
UGLY.
Whatever he did yesterday, he will never do again. So he plays this whole mojo game.
Yeah, where are you on Cocoa Puffs?
I like them. That's not my go-to, but if it's in the house and I want some cereal, I will eat it.
Cocoa Puffs.
And I love to drink the milk after because it's chocolate. It's now chocolate at the end.
Would you eat Cocoa Puffs if you had that choice, or Fruit Loops?
Oh, I go.
Or was it Fruity? Or was it Fruity Pebbles?
Well, he was Fruity Pebbles, but I would go Fruit Loops if I had the choice there.
Yeah.
Neither one of those are my favorites.
You don't like Fruit Loops?
All right, let me ask you this:
I would go Cocoa Puffs.
Stay in the chocolate world.
I don't
Would you
like
go
fruity,
Cocoa? Would
I
you
don't
go
like fruity cereal?
Cocoa Krispies or Cocoa Puffs?
Crispies
for me.
Really?
Crispies
Me
all
too.
day.
I'm saying
I do Puffs probably, but either one, I'm not going. I'm not going to lose sleep on either one of those.
Right. Yeah.
And if I have to go Fruit Loops or Fruity Pebbles, it's Fruit Loops all day long.
All day long.
Yeah.
So I
that's a weird
don't
term
want
for
the
me.
title
Yeah.
fruit in my cereal. I just don't like that. Cereal shouldn't taste like fruit.
What do you want it to taste like?
Chocolate.
You eat that weird cereal though.
Crackling oat bran.
Yeah, of all the things
like
for
dog
him to
food.
like.
Looks just like dog food.
Looks just like
but
dog
it's
food.
good.
Oh,
It is good.
Yeah, how about this? I took it home, poured it in a bowl in the floor. Dog went over and checked it out.
Yeah, it looks just like it.
Yeah. And then I got down on all fours and ate it.
It's, it's almost like they said, let's make some cereal that looks like dog food.
Yeah. Is that one of those you feel like you're doing better with?
No, I don't. I really don't think it's that healthy. It's just good. I like it.
You just like the taste of it?
Yes. Have you had it? No. Give it a shot.
The presentation was too much to overcome.
Nah. Let it soak in the milk for a little, get a little soggy.
That's even worse.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it's good.
You like soggy cereal?
A little slightly soggy.
15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to some of your phone calls before the hour is done. A couple of interesting Your Americas here. Bubba, somebody from MSNBC, is that who this is? This is making this comment?
Yeah, yes.
What you're about to hear is so bizarre. You can't even believe you now live in a country where this goes basically unchecked.
Yeah.
So we have a person that is now going to comment on truck drivers. I can't even believe what I'm about to hear. Y'all told me what I'm going to hear. I haven't heard it from the person's own mouth, but I'll just let her talk about the problems of white truck drivers
over 55.
Over 55. All right, here we go.
Majority of them are.
Okay.
Well, how can the industry be more welcoming? Because I have to tell you, I talked to a lot of truck drivers and preparing for this segment, and most of these truck drivers are people of color, and they talked about, hearing some of the racism over the CB. This is, again, an industry populated by a lot of white men over the age of 55. This group of people overwhelmingly voted for Trump. Some people have talked about, aggressive truck drivers, cutting them off or not being helpful. So obviously, the more populated it is with people of color, I think you'll see less of that. But how can you encourage people to come and disrupt this space when it seems a bit unwelcoming?
I don't know about those facts she listed.
We just make it up as we go.
She said it's going to get better as more minorities become truck drivers. They're not going to be so rude and cut people off. Is that what she said? They're not willing to help.
Yeah. She's saying that white truck drivers over 55, mainly who voted for Trump, will treat truck drivers that are not white and voted for Trump differently, and they're mean to them.
And the majority are in that category.
Guys, I've just about gotten past wanting Trump to come back. Like, I've been in the camp of maybe Governor DeSantis and all that, but stuff like this, I'd like to put my Trump flag right back out there.
So
I'm sick of that.
I don't understand.
Quit playing
how
that.
you can say that, what she just said. I mean, and nobody called her on it.
So I know there's a tremendous amount of truck drivers that listen to this show of any ethnicity. So is this a true life experience she's talking about, or is just another one of those things that, it's?
Well, she said she only interviewed minorities.
Right.
Yeah, mainly. That's what she said, to get ready for it.
Like, see that sample.
I hear, I listen to CB from time to time, and I hear a lot of foul language, but it seems to be coming from people of all colors.
Yeah. Well, I'm not in the trucking industry, but what the thing that I think we have to be real careful of, and this is something that Candace Owens.
I'll let you know after I ride with one.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Bubba's got that coming up.
Teddy bear. But not Candace Owens.
If you don't think you ain't gonna get a call from the cab as Teddy Bear, you're joking.
Please,
you're kidding yourself.
Speaking of that, in that song, I don't know what color those truckers were, but they sure were nice.
They seemed helpful, but it was a white kid. In all fairness,
that's true.
But anyway,
how do we know?
Condoleezza Rice, not Candace Owens. Condoleezza Rice made the point when she was talking about critical race theory, and that's what we're having now. She says, I believe that we can still make sure that that black children don't feel inferior because of the color of their skin, and we really don't have to do that by telling white children they should feel guilty about the color of their skin.
Right.
That we don't really have to demonize white people. That your whiteness, you've inherited an evilness that there's nothing, and a bigotry that you can't get around. Your whiteness makes you a certain. You're evil because you're white.
You don't even know it, Rick. You go back to the thing your parents taught you when you were little. Two wrongs don't make a right. So if you have a wrong, let's not repeat it again. Let's just get it right.
Yeah.
Also, did y'all see the polling numbers that are out? This is very interesting. ABC News, Washington Post. We know they're very conservative.
Yes.
They found that if the elections were held today, 51% of all registered voters say they would prefer a Republican in their congressional district as opposed to a Democrat by 51 to 41 margin.
Yeah.
Now, you say, well, how does that look historically? That is the largest differential that we've had in that poll since 1981.
Wow.
if that tells you how people are fed up right
When
now.
you look at Virginia and what happened there, and you see these midterms approaching, and you hear information that you just shared, now it may go another way, but you start if I was forecasting, I would forecast a very rough time for the Democrats at the midterms. My forecast could be wrong.
62%
with that information, that's how I'd forecast.
62% of all correspondents in this poll, and we don't know how many were theoretically Democrat, how many Republican. I think you'd try to get that somewhat even. 62% said the Democratic Party is out of touch with the concerns of most citizens, compared to 58% said the same for Republicans.
So what does that mean in the midterms? I mean, some of the stuff you're seeing, I think you're going to see, and this happens with our country a lot. We'll try to be sharp and think we want an administration. We'll put them in, and 2 years into it, we're like,
yeah,
and we'll go out there and try to give them less power.
Yeah, buyer's remorse. Yeah. Biden's performance overall has reached a new low in personal polling, 41%. So there you go. 70% of the people say it's the economy.
And I'm not sure.
Well, they don't know about the dirty little secret.
Right.
Yeah, I know it. The dirty little secret may be so secret that they don't know about it.
Also, I don't think watching things like Kamala Harris in Paris and hearing her try to make some sort of point helps. We got a couple of clips here from her in Paris, and it sounds like, you ever heard somebody try to see how many big words they can use?
Yes.
But they really are not putting together any real narrative. So listen to this.
We must together work together to see where we are headed, where we are going, and our vision for where we should be, but also see it as a moment, yes, to together address the challenges and to work on the opportunities.
Challenges, opportunities. I say that a lot. And
The second clip, Rick, and I don't know if we can play it, Adler included it, was giving you an example of what this sounded like, and I think we'll all enjoy this.
Okay, here we go.
Don't ever, for any reason, do anything to anyone, for any reason, ever, no matter what, no matter where,
that's such a good
or who you are with, or where you are going, or where you've been, ever.
That is perfect example.
Yeah. That's perfect.
You can't drive it home no better than that.
That is solid.
Well said. Well said.
That is solid.
Ever.
Yeah. She sounded just like that.
Just like that.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of words that
Made
you're
no
trying
sense.
to you're trying to hit a word count or something. It doesn't make any sense.
Crazy.
Yeah. So we'll be back. We'll take your phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Try to find out what's on your mind. Oh, Speedy looks like he's in a handle in there. Got a little handle going? All right, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Take your phone calls. We'll chat with you when we return. Whatever's on your mind. We'll turn the show over to you. Handle with care when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Up, and away, baby. We don't play. All right, so a lot of you, this is that time of year. You're getting out that Christmas list, and you're going to start to see if you can't wind that thing down. A great idea is a box of awesome. Go to boxofawesome.com. They've got you covered from travel to camping gear essentials, other outdoor gear. Got some cozy fall styles there, grooming goods, gadgets. And what they'll do is they'll take some questions from you and try to figure out who's gonna get the box of awesome. Now, if it's you, it could be a gift to yourself. You let them know a little something about yourself, and they'll pack awesome things in the box every month that they think you'll like based on the information they got from you. But if you're sending it to someone else, you just do the same thing. You tell them that same information. The box of awesome can come every month. You can do it however you want to. It can be a one-time thing. It's about $70 worth of stuff inside the box of awesome, and you pay about $45 for it, and we'll get you an additional 20% off the first box when you go to boxofawesome.com and you enter the code Bubba when you check out. So boxofawesome.com, enter the code Bubba at checkout, get 20% off that first box. The Box of Awesome gift is a great idea this season. Boxofawesome.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. We go to Drew in Brent, Alabama. Hey, Drew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Fired up and ready.
I'm a trucking supervisor. Been one for about 7 or 8 years now. We were up to 20 trucks at one time. And anywhere from 60% to 75% of my drivers at one time were African American.
Yep. Not according to that.
And that's a good job. And I didn't care what color the skin color was. When I had an empty seat, the guy that could fill the job got it.
So let me ask you this: since you had so many at one time that were driven by African Americans, did you get complaints from them that they felt like that over 55 white drivers were treating them terribly?
No, we did not. There's bad people no matter what.
Of course. I'm talking about like something that would lead to the statement that was just made by MSNBC. We're not talking about individual people who don't know how to act. Yeah. This was if 55 and older white guys that voted for Trump treat black drivers bad.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks, Drew. You would think they would get
you would. Well, she did some research, Rick.
Let's go to Chuck in Cincinnati. Chuck, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, I wanted to thank Helmsy. I watched My Octopus Teacher this weekend, and I loved it. I thought it was a great show.
That's a weird
show.
My what? Octopus Teacher.
My Octopus Teacher. This is what.
This isn't that thing where that guy had a relationship with an octopus.
It is. We talked about this a long time ago.
No, that's weird, Chuck.
No, it was good.
No, there were lines that crossed between the beast world.
What do you mean? What is the deal?
Oh,
here?
Bubba. We talked about it before. You've forgotten to protect yourself.
Yeah, God bless
Please
you.
do not do it.
No,
Look at me.
no.
Just act like you never heard it.
Okay. Well, there's a turn at the end. It's strange, but it's
don't even listen.
Nice.
Make a noise in your ears.
As far as just what you see underwater and how it all works.
But
then when he started getting emotional with the octopus,
Bubba,
I tell you,
he starts to
if you're
bawling.
gonna get emotional, where do you look?
Yeah.
They're so ugly.
Hey, he let it climb all over him.
Oh, sure it did.
I'm just telling you.
Sat on his little chest. It's a tiny little thing. I thought it was.
There's
bigger.
moments where a line is crossed from the animal world to the human world, and it felt really strange.
If he'd go fetch or something,
Yeah, what's he going to do?
That'd be funny.
Bubba, it's like you fell in love with it. I'm going to leave it at that, and you need to stay away from it. Do not watch this.
This is Octopus Teacher, Rick.
Yeah.
No,
you taught him a lot about life.
No, this is
That's
I
some
tell you,
weirdo.
We take them for granted because we see them, the pictures. But you talking about something that looks foreign to our planet. It would be that. If you found that on some other planet, you go, oh well, yes, there you go.
But you know how you're watching something and you think, well, okay, this is me. I like animal documentaries. That's all this is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what is he? Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Was he getting in the middle of the night and go out there and laying around talking to what?
Hold
what in the world?
Weird one.
Oh my God! Did he bring it flowers? It just got weird. It just got real weird.
What do they eat, by the way?
Don't.
Oh, Bubba.
What's an octopus eat?
Stuffs and shells and stuff.
Little bottom feeder.
Well, they got plenty of hands to hold it. That's for sure.
Well, don't let one of them hands be out in the open.
Oh, I know.
They got that beak.
When some predators come
get you with
by.
that beak.
Hmm?
They got a beak.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
You do.
They sure do.
I don't care
Well, they
nothing
can
about
really blend in with things too.
Yeah. So y'all
They're good
all
at
getting
camo.
away from the weird part of it, and that's fine.
Well, no.
If I'm gonna watch
little-
if I'm gonna watch a documentary about an octopus, I'm not gonna watch one where a guy's having a relationship and is falling in love with one. I ain't watching that.
No, that's where it got weird. But the fact that with this little,
yeah, that's where it got weird. That's the end of the subject.
with the suction cups and everything, and it starts grabbing rocks and rolls up like it's a rock.
And at one point,
That's pretty cool.
At one
You
point,
like
he's got it all over him, like he's like, yeah.
Okay, now
It's
just crawling on me. He's like,
it's awful. It's over the line.
Crawl on my shoulder. Crawl on it.
It's over the line.
Octopus teacher Ricky taught him about life.
Oh, I'm just looking in its little eyes. Feeling sad and stuff.
Little Kraken's what it
When he
is.
was jealous of the male octopus, I thought, what's
Nah,
going
are
on
you
here?
serious about that?
I think you made that up.
No, you
Oh,
weren't.
Rick added that.
Listen
He
to what
added
he's saying.
Come on, you didn't take it there.
So I didn't take
It's
it
weird
there.
enough as it is.
He took it there.
How about when he went down, he finally found it because he remembered me? No,
No, it didn't.
And you know,
It was
all
the
this did.
person.
All I can think about is how weird his son probably is now.
Oh God!
He pulled his son into it.
Yeah.
Austin in Auburn. Austin, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Hey, we're great.
We're just fired up.
Doing well. I'm traveling from Auburn to Birmingham on Highway 280 today.
Mm-hmm.
Had a technical radio question for the experts, and a foot about Sylacauga, foot from I-92 to WZZK. There's about a 15-minute delay. I just wanted to know if you guys could explain why that happened. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
15-minute delay?
15 seconds.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Well, they're different paths
Here he
going
goes.
to different
Here we go.
stations.
There's a wasted Rick and Bubba shirt coming in. Go ahead.
I thought 15 minutes was pushing it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wow,
Oh,
that's
segment
a,
behind.
That's
Right,
a
yeah.
quite a delay. Yeah, if
We're
probably
still introducing Bubba at this point.
one station is probably getting fed over satellite, and one's getting fed on a direct fiber feed.
Yeah.
So
So there's your difference.
Put that in your pipe
I was
smoker.
more surprised that it was the delay on the home base, I guess.
Yeah, it's all about.
It's just all about
But
the
when you know what's good,
encoding and decoding time, and
You
all
only got to
that.
put up with it for 15 seconds, then you're good.
Right. But that's a good question, Greg. People
Yeah, it
have
is.
questions.
It is.
That wasn't worth calling.
Well, you can't watch this octopus documentary and act like this guy's. Got
That's a
some,
good
you know.
point. Yeah.
Yeah,
So you're still over that part.
Yeah, I don't know how y'all let that go. I looked around and said, I don't think I should be
I
here.
do not want to play with an octopus. No, way.
No.
You wouldn't have an octopus teacher?
No.
David in Chattanooga.
Bubby taught you a lot about life.
How about this? Get on the
No,
land.
not really.
Hey, get on the land, breathe oxygen, and you can teach me.
That's true.
I'd
Dave,
rather-
Knock
I'd
on my
rather-
door and let me answer.
Clearly, I'd rather learn from the Beagle teacher.
The Beagle teacher.
I don't want to have to snorkel to be taught.
That's a fact.
David in Chattanooga. David, go ahead.
David.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, how'd you look back over your shoulder?
How y'all doing there, baby?
We're good, David. Hey, thanks for the call, buddy. So you said you are a 50-plus-year-old white truck driver.
Oh, no. He's going to be mean.
Uh-oh.
He's going to be mean. Not very helpful.
I'm not mean. I was just going to tell y'all. I listen to that CB all day long, and I don't hear anything like that.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it.
I've met some good drivers out here, and I've met some bad ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
He's a little bit. I doubt any one race has got the market
Yeah,
cornered
I
on
think
either
there's
one of them.
probably more a brotherhood of, hey, we all have a really big responsibility with this truck out here, and we're trying to get our load where it's supposed to be on time, and we need to help each other out. Kind of what the feel I get from it.
Reed in New Mexico. Reed, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Ain't a dandy in the bunch.
I know.
Good morning.
Hey, Rick. Hey,
Green Acres.
hey, thanks for the call, New Mexico. What's on your mind?
Me and my wife, we're commercial drivers. We don't drive big trucks. We drive RVs, deliver motorhomes, fifth wheels, trailer trailers, stuff like that, all over the nation. Just like that guy said, you got good, you got bad. Some people give, some people take. But the worst we have come across as being the most rude, or the what I would call the foreign truck drivers. They are very rude. But as far as the black, the white, any other ones we meet at truck stops or at rest areas, are very polite.
we talk about loads, where we're going, the best route. different
So
stuff
you
like
so you
that.
don't you don't see this as a problem in the trucking community. I know MSNBC is trying to make it a problem, but
Yeah.
but
MSNBC's got a lot of problems, Rick, in other areas.
Well, I've
too.
talked to 3.
You know what I
Well,
like
they're
to-
over 55, and they most voted for Trump. What's that got to do
One,
with
not
anything?
many people saw it to begin with. That's the first.
because
thing.
they've created a cartoon world.
That's crazy.
How about here's what I'd like to say about truckers: red, yellow, black, and white. They are all precious in His sight.
That's right, Rick.
That's
There
it.
you go.
There we go.
Let them truckers roll. 10-4.
right, 10-4.
10-4. I did 4.
Coming back.
I
We gotta hear
know.
it.
Look, you see him light up like a little
Oh,
light.
yeah.
Look,
Well,
and
get
as
it.
far as CB radio, the term bucket mouth is not racist.
No, it's
That's
not.
just somebody that talks too much.
It is.
Tell old bucket mouth to shut up.
And we all know that person.
Sure we do.
Right. Yeah. Different name for them at the family reunion. They're called Ratchet John.
Yes, they are, Rick.
15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. It is 9 minutes to the top. It almost sounded like one of those songs in the 70s, didn't it? Hey. All right, so as we come back, Bubba, DeSantis in Florida said, look, if you don't like being in one of these overreaching socialistic blue states and they keep trying to cancel you and they don't want you around, we'll take you in Florida.
Rick, he made the offer that if you were in New York and you were being threatened with your job because of your vaccination status, he had a job for you in Florida and $5,000 to help you get there. Well, guess what? 14 police officers so far from New York City have taken him up on the deal.
How about that?
They have all listed now with Lakeland, Florida PD, which has a total police force of 254 police officers. So now New York's finest makes up 6% of Lakeland, Florida's PD department. How about that? DeSantis repeated on Monday, no cop, no firefighter, no nurse, nobody should be losing their jobs because of these jabs.
How about that?
In May, DeSantis also gave first responders who were in Florida and who stayed in Florida a $1,000 pandemic bonus before announcing the out-of-state plan with a $5,000 bonus to relocate to the Sunshine State. So there you go.
Now picture this.
14 have taken him up so
the
far.
New York attitude of what happens in New York City has now made its way to Lakeland, Florida.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you something. Keep your walker moving. Keep that walker moving.
Break up that card game.
Yeah, get up. Hey, get up before you die.
Rick, one of the other stories today that's just funny to me is Elon Musk is squaring off with Senator Bernie Sanders on his demands that the wealthy pay their fair share in his latest back and forth with his self-described Democrat socialist. He said, Rick, I keep forgetting you're still alive.
I keep forgetting
he's right, by the way. I forgot, too.
I keep forgetting you're still alive.
That's a good one.
That is a great one.
Now,
once the election, Bernie
you may remember that Elon sold off some Tesla stock so he could pay his fair share to the tune, Rick, of over $6 billion.
Now, is that what they were going to stop world hunger with?
Yeah.
He offered that up, too.
That guy, the UN people better hush because Elon is going to call you on it. And I love that. Look, say what you want to about the guy. I think it's pretty funny that he's calling them on it. I got the money. But you're going to show me how you spend it. We're going to have open accounting so everybody can see how you're spending it. Guess what? That guy disappeared.
Yeah, they weren't counting on someone to actually offer the money.
He was going to end world hunger for $6 billion by taxing everybody. Elon says, I got it.
Yeah.
Guy disappears. Can't find him.
So really, the guy never came back and said, well, here's how we would do it.
No, he wouldn't, Rick, because he can't.
That's right.
It's just another scam.
Trying to be sharp.
El Scammo is what that is.
El Scambino.
That's it.
Greg,
Trying to be sharp.
Greg, who is Gavin O'Harrell from Happy Days?
Oh, Happy
okay.
Days. Oh,
you
he's
got
the
Rick Chuck.
That's
Nobody
Richie's
even
older
remembers.
brother,
He
Chuck.
was in like one season.
Well, they'd show him walking through the house eating an apple.
Remember
every
they
now and
portrayed
then.
him as real goofy?
Yeah.
He was big
he only.
basketball
I don't
player.
think he ever said anything. He just walked through the house every now and then.
No, it seems like I remember there was a Christmas one, and they had a basketball obviously wrapped up, and Richie picked up and bounced it. Chuck said, "Hey, you might break it."
Yeah.
So this is Richie's older brother that we never
why
saw.
did they do away with him?
I don't know.
They did. They did away with Chuck.
He's dead at 70, and they're saying he was a wonderful actor with a long and distinguished career in film, television, and theater.
He was in a lot of other shows, but that was one he just. I don't know if
I'm
that
like
was
you,
early
when
in his career or what.
You
but
can't
he
really
just,
call him a Happy Days character.
Well, that's how it is in the headlines.
I know,
was.
but you really can't.
I mean, he was on the show, Greg. I mean, how do you not
He
call
was
it
not
that,
on,
Greg?
not enough. Even when he was on the show, he wasn't on it much.
We're about to get Bubba's attention.
He was in a bunch of stuff.
He was in a James Bond film, Never Say Never Again, 1983, opposite Sean Connery.
Yeah.
What?
He was in a bunch of stuff.
Superman 3. It was one of the. Remember the 3 came back to fight Superman?
The villains.
The villains. Star Trek Voyager.
Yep.
Greg, Death Wish 3.
What's his name?
I
can't pronounce the last name.
He's so famous, we don't know who he is.
Greg, he's one of those people.
You know, another one here, speaking of celebrities, that I thought was kind of weird, Britney Spears, who finally has got her money. Now, I think she's still crazy, but she's got her money. She's grown up. She can blow it if she wants to. She now vows to sue her father for abuse.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Look,
really? Take your money and go
Yeah,
on.
after you got your 13-year conservatorship taken away, you got how many? What was it? $65 million or whatever. Can't you just go to the house? That's what's wrong with people. Hey, go to the house, Brittany. Who cares? Get over it.
Well-
All you're going to do is spend a bunch of money and end up losing a bunch of money dealing with this.
Well, you know what?
Look forward, Brittany. Look forward.
You know what it's turned
Free
into.
Brittany.
Yeah, free Brittany. You know what it's turned. You know what it's turned into. We've seen this a lot in celebrity. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Hey, I'm still over here.
Yeah, that's right.
Guys, when they went, I was watching when they made the official whatever the other day, and they're interviewing people who are outside, on her behalf. How can someone be so passionate about somebody they don't even know at all? I mean, if they get squalling, we're just so glad this has happened. Extremely feminine guy doing it.
It's
Well,
called,
that's weird.
Greg,
It's
it's called
weird.
I Have No Life.
It's just
I have
weird.
no life. I live online.
The passion they have.
I probably
for
have a
this
pet
was-
rock, that kind of thing.
I watched that octopus documentary.
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
thought it was really touching.
Yeah.
And Rick, some news that I am excited today, and I want to end on a high note here. It looks like the Spice Girls may be in talks for a world tour in 2023.
I printed that just for you. I knew
Who's
you.
in,
I
Bo?
knew you would do that.
Who's
All
in and
four.
who's out?
All four will be in on this.
Hold up your fours.
Didn't they try
By the way, it
this?
says Victoria Beckham joining them for one show.
Didn't they
Hold
try
it.
this a couple years
Wait a
ago?
minute.
And they couldn't
Hold
work
the
it out?
press.
It seemed like.
Yeah.
So
So they take
Getting
four.
them to agree on anything.
So they take 4 of the 5 and they drop a 5 in on one show.
It said everybody back, and then the subtitle here said Victoria Beckham joining them for one show. So I don't know. 4-piece. I don't know. We'll have to look into that, Rick.
Bubba, they're saying for you that the 2023 tour will be bigger than 2019.
Well, good news.
Yeah, did you catch the 2019 when you didn't make it?
No, I didn't make it. The one I saw was, God, when was it? Forgot when
It's
it
been
was.
it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
It has.
It's just funny though. It doesn't matter how much money they made. All of them end up going, wow.
Yeah.
Went through it a little quick.
Well, it runs out.
It does.
Well,
Let's see how quick Brittany runs through hers.
Right.
Yeah, that one may be light speed compared to some.
And you know the.
I know
I feel like-
nobody's going to swoop in there and take advantage of her. No,
Yeah, I feel
no,
like we're
no.
going to
that's
see
not how it
stories
happened.
where Brittany is investing in like really weird stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Every con man alive is going to get a piece of
Oh,
that.
the amount of Bitcoin they've already sold her. You know it.
Oh,
Yeah,
Every con man alive.
She's got cryptocurrency just written all over.
Oh my goodness. And she won't keep up with it, so she'll lose it.
Yeah.
Can't find the CD anywhere. Cryptocurrency, all about it.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and